friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another week of NECC Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Happy, joining me tonight is the Light Rose, and once again, very excited for some more outstanding action, reaching every single division that we possibly can. We're in the third of the 5 divisions today in terms of the tiering of them, and we've got quite an exciting matchup coming up now, and an even more exciting one coming up later.
Yeah, I believe we're doing a little bit of a round trip, I guess, as we've completed every single one, and now we go over to Queen's University, Gales, and Arcadia University. Funny enough, Arcadia University is only a 35-minute drive from my house, so it's barely outside of Philadelphia, which is where I live, so pretty close, not close enough where I can go yell at them if they lose, but if I wanted to go take a visit, you know, I definitely could.
Well, that'll be quite fun. I don't know how close either of these are to me, but still, will be quite a good time. Queen's University, though, on the other side, still getting into this one as a, you know, obviously Challengers Division. You don't expect the greatest gameplay, but it's definitely teams that are, you know, they know what they're doing. They know what they're getting into, and with Disciple, Babrielle, Doc McStuffins, Lactose, and Sunday, it's sure to be a solid performance put up by the Gales. As, again, yeah, Queen's University come into this with some solid expectation.
Yeah, both of these teams actually have a one kind of... They've only played one game, essentially. And this is because they've had one bye, one forfeit, and one victory. So you kind of have to expect not a lot going into this, simply because there hasn't actually been much to see what these teams are made of. With, I believe it is QU, the Gales, who are 1-1. They had to forfeit versus U Ottawa Gray versus Arcadia, who won off of a forfeit against Ottawa Gray. So Arcadia is looking to continue their undefeated streak as they continue throughout the season.
All I got out of that was poor Ottawa Gray. I mean, they haven't played a single game this season. They forfeited one. They didn't even mean to forfeit the other one. That's just what happened. Unless they might not have had a bye week 1. So maybe they've gotten a game in there. But yeah, we do come into this knowing that one of these teams is 2-0, but one of those games they didn't actually play. The other one has lost, but again, they didn't actually get to play that one. So from what we have seen, neither one of these teams have really lost yet. It is a shame that through 3 weeks you've only played one actual game, but for Arcadia coming into this game with Answer, Cloak, Electric, Mutt, and Taboo, as you said, pretty close in proximity to you. Let's hope that they'll be on the same wavelength as you, and, you know, just that they'll know what they're doing, right? Mentally, they'll see the image of everybody on the entire map through your brain, try and screen cheat, I guess, in a weird way.
Yeah. They do know the maps, though, and we know the maps. It is going to be Border, Oregon, and then Clubhouse to finish it off. So you have that, mechanical map coming in through Border, and it followed up by the maps that everybody knows, Oregon and Clubhouse. It's going to be a duel of who can do the basics of Siege the best overall. And a lot of times Oregon can just simply be an acknowledgement of, do you know your stuff? From the bare bones, the fundamentals, can you play this game well without having to worry about varying strategy, having to counter somebody? It really matters about positioning, timing, and Oregon demands that of you.
Same kind of goes for Clubhouse as well. Very basic, very well known by a lot of people. Border, kind of an interesting selection. It is pretty small, so if one of these teams, in particular Arcadia, the ones who picked into it, aren't necessarily that great on their roam clears, no, that's not too big of an issue. You could run Nomad and pretty safely clear just the couple of staircases that you have to deal with if you're attacking the top floor or what have you. It's also just a really small map, so it may not be that big of an issue, and well, you'll be able to kind of not really have to worry about one of your big issues as a roster if you're not necessarily that good at getting rid of everybody across the whole map. Same can also go for Clubhouse and Oregon. I mean, both of them very linear. Usually it's discouraged to roam, especially since a lot of the sites can be played really heavily just by anchoring on the floor of the site. Specifically, the basement objectives on both maps are two of the best sites in the entire game. So we may not see a ton of roaming, but if we do, how impactful can that be, and how effective can the roam clears be given what maps we are on, is the big question that I'm looking to answer, or I'm looking to have answered rather, coming into today.
Yeah, with Border, you rely a lot on the players just hanging about around the site, which isn't a roam per se. It's what we'd usually call an extension. Sometimes if you're playing over in the armory area, you might have an extension over towards Fountain or maybe towards Cube that's inside of security. These aren't exactly super far away from everybody, but there's something that you need to do as the defense if you want to stop the attack in time, because without that, they're just going to walk into these crucial areas, drone you out, shoot the heck out of you, and make sure that you have no place on Border. And I think that's going to be the bigger thing overall. Whether or not the roams are in play is whether or not these crucial points are going to be able to be held with something like a Wamai, a Warden, and a Zami who's getting that rework in the next season. It's going to be the final couple weeks where we see that Azami in her true power, and whether or not teams have the power to abuse that per se.
And we will see what they choose to do with the Azami and with all other operators, but we will have to wait just for a little break. So bear with us. We'll be back in just a moment. Thank you for your patience. We'll see you soon.
Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy, we getting in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I like that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna.
Welcome back to NECC. We've gotten over that decently long break, and now we're ready to get back in the match. It's map 1, it's Oregon. You all know how this goes. We all know how this goes, but we don't know what the result between these two teams is gonna be on this very popular map.
Would it be daring of me to predict 4-2 halves both ways in an overtime?
Whoa, that's unbelievable.
Get this. We're gonna watch Oregon, and they're gonna win their basement and upstairs bomb sites most of the time and probably get 4 halves on defense both times. This map is so cool, guys. I love how it's a cool map. It's a good map.
Yeah, you
It's just
say
kinda boring.
that though. The idea is that you're supposed to win that. That doesn't
that's
always
fair.
happen. It's why we play out the game. Is because you never know if a player just goes insane, or you never know if there's going to be a glaring weakness in that defense that the attack can exploit.
It's gonna come down to, again, like you said, what we see in the actual inside of the server, and it's especially hard with this game because, as we mentioned before, of the 3 weeks of NECC, we've only seen these two teams play once each between forfeits and bye weeks, so they haven't had much of a chance to show everyone what they're really made of. And what they have been able to do is, not really that much. Technically, they have results against the same team, so we could cross-reference that, but they were both forfeits. So we can't really cross-reference that. As we hop into the map band, or the first map, and the operator bands inside of said map, we can finally actually get into some analysis, and Jackal, the only one that stands out to me as a little bit less conventional of a band, at least for comp. However, this is a couple steps down from the T2, T3 competitive that I'm used to watching, and when I'm taking that into account, it does make sense, and so does everything else that I see on the band phase.
But leaving that Mira up, you still have operators like Tuberal, like Fenrir, like Soulless that can really make your lives difficult. And there's a reason that you have some of these defenders banned out. There's no Fenrir being brought on that basement side that you usually would if he was up. Instead, Arcadia are gonna bring a Clash first round. It's a bold pick to kind of bring that out immediately. I would assume that Arcadia have that in their strategies, but most don't. And that's simply because Oregon is one of those sites, the basement site at least, where you can just hunker down, bring so much gadgetry that it's hard for the attack to really get in based on the geometry of the map itself. But Clash can make that so much harder, and it seems like Arcadia is trying to just push their thumb in to that ability and make it so that Queens, even if they get into the site, you still have to get past that Clash.
Good bit of other delay util they've got on board as well. You bring the Tuberal, you bring the Smoke. Would have liked to see a Goyo, more delay, more ability to prevent the attackers from making forward progress as they try to get towards the bomb site. But sometimes, that you can only bring so much, and the Wamai and the Warden are not bad selections either. So everything on the defense does make sense in terms of trying to prepare for that pillar-sided take and trying to slow it down as much as possible. Very prepared, in fact, for the pillar/blue-sided take, that they are setting the Clash up inside of construction first, making sure that she is showing presence as early as possible so the defense, or rather the attack, is not able to really do too much, or already knows that they have to adjust to it. So she's establishing that presence quickly, making sure they know that she's there. The Queens have already taken up pretty solid positions, especially given that they're only a minute in.
And gotten the shield down. Without any roamers, Queens can take a lot of time to see if they can deal some damage to the Clash.
Wow.
Maybe pepper some of these roamers back. And you saw with the Zofia nade that Taboo's shield got pushed away for a little bit, and that's exactly when they were able to take some damage. I think the Rotero, the idea was that they were trying to get Taboo to bring their shield out, but that doesn't happen. While those two are distracted over in the blue bunker, it's Disciple who's going to strike first onto Answer. It's not without a refrag, though, and it seems like Arcadia has to be ready for the storm that's coming their way.
Oh no, they're not ready at all for that very storm, and it's Hurricane Babrielle that's able to get the next kill. Advantage again to the attack. Mutt exchanges some shots downrange with Babrielle. Gonna take a little bit of damage, but deal out more of it, and then deal out a lethal amount just afterwards. A good trade back to make it a 3-on-3, and the defenders know exactly where this push is coming from, so they should have advantageous angles, but no, Sunday has other plans. Another kill for the attack as they continue to remain at the advantage, but they keep pulling it back, Arcadia do. They keep pulling it back. Mutt gets more, and now it's a 1v1, him versus Grass Eater. Stuck inside of Elbow is the Zofia. And basically no way of getting out other than fighting her way through, but you cannot beat Mutt in fights this round. I don't know how many times he has to teach you that lesson, but it's 4 times in round 1 alone that he puts the other team down. Round 1 to the defense.
Arcadia able to essentially steal one away. Because I don't think with how they played, with how Queens was able to entry their way into the site, that they probably should not have eked it out. You can see they just were a little bit blind to what Queens were bringing once they were actually able to get themselves in and around that site. But sometimes, I mentioned it even before the map starts, sometimes there is just a player who puts the team on their back and gets things done, and that round is not one without Mutt at the end of the day. And Queens just kind of got to think about it and say, hey, we know that we can be better than this team. And that one round definitely showed that you can get the better of them, but you're still going to have to fight back. It's not going to be one step and you win. Siege is a lot more complicated than that. And as we swap over onto dorms, this is actually a little bit easier for the attack, given how, the lineup of the actual site is. You can see with the IQ being brought with that Grim, they want to make sure that they can hunt down those roamers, maybe take down some Kaid claws.
Into round number 2, they move Mutt over to a zombie Warden, still being brought in the team comp. However, the Warden on Electric this time, perhaps feeling as though it's the Operator that got a buff, or that gave Mutt the buff in that last round. So you want to share the love, share the kills, and share the ability to try and get in the board with picks. Also, the 919, still a very solid gun in its own right. They've certainly got a plan in terms of what to use those Kibas for. Very strong Operator on this objective, but for now, in terms of where the attack seems to be coming from, it looks like it's just a master-sided attack, and oh my goodness, it just is the MPX's day today. Electric gets a very early opening kill, traded out though by Disciple finding a frag, a very impactful one, because not only is that a zombie down, but it's also Mud, who we know is a huge threat.
Disciple getting armory this easily as well, able to get the kill. I think this is a persistent problem that Arcadia seems to have, is they might be individually good gunners, but they're giving up pivotal parts of the site way too easy. You could see there was a shield deployed in that trophy room area that usually does indicate that the team wants to play there, but there is nobody there. And if Cloak doesn't win this fight over in the lobby, Arcadia have absolutely no chance at pulling this back. It is a 4v2. Queens have so much by their side, and now with that final kill onto Cloak, it's all in Taboo's hands.
Gets info that one's on White Stairs. He's hoping for some kind of isolated pick on the big window before he tries to address everything else. He realizes that's not really going to happen. Getting pushed from White Stairs, good swing on a 1, but Grass Eater swings the same exact time. He'll take down Taboo, and Arcadia with a great response in round 2.
So, I've noticed that. Have Queens noticed that there is a pattern between those two rounds? Arcadia is going to go back to the dorms, mostly going to bring the exact same lineup. The only difference is going to be Electric on the Thorn instead of the Warden, so you're still going to have maybe a little bit of Fragger-based player instead of something like Utility, like maybe you bring a Jaeger or something along those lines. It is a team problem. Like, it's not just one player ignoring their key position. It seems like this is just the strategy that Arcadia likes to bring, but I don't know if it's going to work in the long run, at least given what we've seen. Because I made my statement known in round 1 that Arcadia probably should not have won that, but like individual players, they can be a hell of a thing.
And the Uzi, a very good gun, so individually Electric can definitely step up like he did at the start of last round. I also specifically like the swap on the Thorn, just because, I don't know about you, but to me it feels like sometimes Arcadia just aren't ready for Queens to walk up as soon as they do, or just the timing is off. They know where to look, they know what to anticipate, but I feel like a couple times now we've been watching someone on Queens push forward on a pretty expectable angle, but it's just how quickly they're doing it that's catching Arcadia off guard. So the use of those razor blooms is that you'll know when people are pushing the angles that you didn't know when they were pushing them before. So I do like that swap in particular, not just because of the gun, but also because you have some more info as to when you're getting pushed from certain areas, so you'll know where to train your sights first, and the guns will be as effective as they can be.
Electric being that first stalwart defense that Queens is going to have to go through if they want to access this armory corridor. You can see the drone going its way through Master. I believe that was Munchie. But there's that shield that Arcadia gave away really early in the last round. It's very, very powerful simply because Master is a comfy spot that the attack wants to be. If you deny that, it's going to be very good for you. But Mutt fallen, and if Electric dies behind this shield, that's so much space and so much manpower that has essentially dissipated for the defense. Already things not going their way, but it is not over by a long shot.
Still not a terrible start. Like you said, it's better than last round. By this point last round, I want to say that Queens were making a lot more progress in maybe not as many different areas, but they were still making more progress and finding more success already. But that's a rough rotate back. Electric caught trying to stick around too long inside of Trophy. The attic pressure comes through, so he knows he needs to get away. But great play from Grass Eater to set up on that rotate. So when he knows that the player is going to have to rotate out of Trophy, you can catch that rotate quite easily. Cloak is still towards the top of Armory Stairs, though. This could be a very impactful position if they're not ready for it. But he shoots too quickly, and now they will be ready. He has to evacuate down the Armory Stairs, which means it's effectively a 5v2 on the bomb site with no one well positioned to deal with a walk-in from Trophy. This is going to be really, really hard for the defense to hold off in these last 40 seconds. But for now, they just wait, as it seems imminent that Queens could try and go for a push anytime soon. And Arcadia just waiting for it. They don't want to get over aggressive for now. They know they don't have the man advantage, but that's a good kill to find. You find the right timing on the swing on a Sunday, but Disciple's into the site, but he's not looking in the right corner. Answer takes him down. A 3v4 now that Sunday's been picked back up. Babrielle is still towards Big Window, and so too is Grass Eater. So they're very split up on this defense, and Answer's got Munchie. So now it's really just Sunday over where he was with the case, but he's so isolated. Both of his teammates are on Big Window. So this C4 should work. They're not pushing him, though. They didn't get the kill on the Planter. A triple kill for Answer, and then he makes it a quad. Somehow, that roller coaster of a round that shouldn't have been that close for either team, it feels like, will end in the favor of Answer, and the defense goes up 2-1.
Queens had so much going into that final push. They had the Big Window, they had Trophy, they had attic as well, which if you can gain that control, the world is your oyster at that point. But Arcadia didn't use any of it. They just stayed in Trophy. Disciple with the diffuser ran through that attic rotate, got punished, and that had to be picked up. It's a lot of moving parts. I realize that with a lot of bodies, but Queens weren't able to synchronize in that last 45 seconds, and their whole push just kind of goes kaput, because now they're racing against the clock, and they're racing against the dwindling members that they're having to throw at the enemy simply because they're not walking in together. They don't have the ability to get the trades that you ideally want when you're up 5v3 man count wise. Queens definitely have what it takes. Absolutely. But that Dorms attack does sow a little bit of doubt in my mind when it comes to the fundamentals that I talked about in the pre-show.
Yeah, you don't need two people on that Big Window. That's the biggest thing that I thought about that last round. Still, though, shows that they are individually very talented. To even make that situation as winnable as it was, that should have been pretty simple for Arcadia to win once they deny that plant. But Queens were able to make it close. Unfortunately, close, not close enough in that case. Now they have to go back into that basement attack. But nothing changed at all, really. Since the last time we've seen them here, they've only made the swap from Tuberau over to Fenrir, which is only set to make it even more annoying to attack for Queens, and give them more info as to when Queens choose to push. Another issue that I mentioned Arcadia having the last time, but still no roam. So that means that Arcadia give up all this control, and Queens will take it all within 45 seconds. They are not wasting any time, but they've just wasted a body to the smoke. Good trade, though, from Grass Eater.
Let's take the smoke, though. The big first pick is always something that you really do want, but a smoke for a Nomad on a basement defense is kind of hard to swallow at the end of the day. Arcadia, they position themselves around Freezer and around Laundry. That is very doable as a defense. You can focus yourself simply on those two entries. You can see Mutt reinforcing that wall, signifying that Arcadia knows that where this push is coming from and is dedicating their defenses. Mutt's going to be able to take down Sunday, and Taboo does go down, but suddenly Queens has the advantage.
When did that happen? Munchie and Disciple turn it on its head, and now Arcadia again take up very far back positions. That is until Cloak chooses to activate at the right time, and Disciple caught moving too far forward. Now, what looked like it could be turning back in favor of Queens turns again in the favor of Arcadia, and Grass Eater is the only one left to try and keep this roller coaster round on course for Queens. And he's not got the greatest position in the world, sees a little bit of the head of the Fenrir, but Cloak quicker on the trigger and more accurate to boot. Another round to Oregon's defensive side first.
Now we see Arcadia put themselves up 3-1. All of these just feel like they're coming down. So in those clutch moments, Queens aren't getting it done. That they can get that first pick. They can get map control, but they can't close it out. And I'm left scratching my head, wondering what needs to change for this team, because on paper, everything is fine. But in reality, they are down 1-3 when they probably should be near leading at most. So Queens, this is going to be your next best shot. The tertiary site, you're going to have to attack that top floor even with that clash, which is going to be a lot easier when you're not in that basement area. They got the glass to boot, so maybe that'll indicate that they are going to go towards that small tower side, go for a very quick entry plant type thing. But I don't know. There's a lot of questions, and so far Queens haven't brought solid answers.
Well, if it's any consolation, this site definitely significantly easier to win on the attack than the two before it. And they're not opting to go small tower like you had hypothesized. Instead, they opt to go for big tower. Likely just gonna, there might charge open the stage wall and try and get a plant down on the backside. And there isn't really a ton to deny that plant from going down. Impact still left on the defense, but those need to be pretty accurate and numerous in order to have as much effect as a Nitro Cell, of which you only have one on Mutt. Playing your Mute, not likely going to be too close, and in a great position to really deny that plant from going down. Taboo in a good spot here on Attic to try and deny the push forward, and he can block the frag grenades, so there isn't really much of a way to easily counter him. This is an awkward spot for Queens.
Yeah, and you see with with that Goyo behind the clash, you simply get dusted. They don't have many options besides throwing themselves at the enemy. I think you can get a great little pinch with Sunday, but Answer tries to take the angle and is dropped. Electric's going to be there for the follow. They get the revive as well. The timing just isn't there for Queens. And what could have been an opportunity just slips away.
Could have been, but in fact wasn't. Now you're using a thermite charge on that wall without having cleared the dorm side. Well, the tone in my voice is not an accident. I am a little perplexed as to what the thought process was there. And in general, it didn't feel like there was a lot of depth behind the thought process in this round. Is Mutt able to get another one? Their real thought, it just seems like they were like, okay, we'll take big tower, and then we'll be good. That didn't happen. They had to deal with a clash there, and then they didn't have like a backup plan. So now Gabriel left alone, 1 versus 5, not too likely for him to win. I kind of want him to just chill, not really do too much, and let the team talk things over, because they looked pretty solid to start, but this round, on what's hypothetically the easiest, the easiest site to win, has kind of been their worst so far. So I would like if Queens would take a second to just try and figure out why that is. Instead, Gabriel, choosing to try and do the impossible, gets a knockdown, so that's almost an opportunity at a KD boost, but no frag grenades left on him, so no chances at boosting said KD, and he's only got about 10 health left, and there's a clash on the other side of the wall, but he gets caught in the Pokeball instead, as Taboo could have killed him with the electrocution, but didn't want to wait that long. And Queens, now after that, choose to take their tactical timeout to do as I had suggested and try and figure out what the issue is.
Is it too late to time out, though? You've seen Arcadia go on a roll. I am the philosophy of better late than never, however, so
yeah,
actually using it is better than some teams we see. So taking this time, it's never really going to hurt you if you're not going to discuss strategy. It just gives you a little bit of space in between the momentum to maybe let the feelings cool let the hot streak that Arcadia seems to be on dissipate for just a little bit. Can allow some refreshing. I know that 60 seconds isn't a lot, but when you grab like a Mountain Dew from the fridge or something, then we get back into it.
Are you projecting
to-
on them? Are you projecting your love of Baja Blast onto Queens?
No, I don't have a Baja Blast, unfortunately. The store ran out of 12 packs, so
That's awful.
it's truly horrific. But if Queens don't get the attack, this last one for the 5-1, they'll be definitely thinking that it's more horrific than no Baja Blast.
It could be argued either way. I mean, it's still. But yeah, Arcadia have definitely started to pick things up. A number of rounds as well that Queens will look back on and think that, oh, we had it so close. What could we have done to just barely get that over the edge and even just get that second or third? Should they end this half at 5-1? Because the 1 or 2 extra attacking rounds on a map like Oregon is going to make a huge difference, especially given that you've left up operators like Tuba Rao and Fenrir, both of whom we see in this round, and both of whom we have seen used very effectively all the way through. And I think it is just because they had so many rounds towards the start that you felt like you just barely missed the mark on. I hope that's not resonating with them or sticking in their heads too much, because, you don't want to lose the mental battle before the worst half of the game is even over. And you also don't want to lose that half so badly that there's no chance at coming back. So, really, the comeback can't start next half. It has to start here, at least in a mental regard. You need to start to get back on the board to some degree here as Queens.
I will say I don't think the operators are hurting you too bad, because we haven't seen too many Zoto canisters or FNAT dread mines that have impeded Queen's progress. It's mainly just been the guns that are the issue. The Clash, which, if you ban Clash in competitive in 2024, you might get laughed on. Yeah, you might get laughed off stage, because nobody is probably gonna run Clash, much less know how to use her effectively. But so far, Arcadia have done exactly that. Not bringing it here. Instead, they do have that Fenrir electric back on the Thorn in that armory corridor that they were in previously. But walking down the Z hallway, it's Disciple potentially stuck between these two players alone, but they make the decision to jump out, not wanting to engage, not wanting to take that risk.
Blah, 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 something, something, ships in nighttime. You know the drill. They were
Yes,
really close to each other.
It passed my mind.
Yes.
I didn't say it.
Good. Yes, I know. I was thinking the same thing. But yes, they were really close. They could have shot at each other, but they didn't. Electric now getting shot at from behind, and Gabrielle will be able to take him down. So that's a good kill to get from that satellite window. Gridlock is going to gridlock that one down. And still a lot of roam games from AU, and that really hasn't been going so well. Only one kill for them thus far, and it was Mutt, who was close to the objective, the one to get it. They've consistently been doing better once it gets into that later stages of the round and Queens have to try and break into the site. Feels like Queens are maybe lacking some util to get in there. Sunday, though, not lacking in firepower. He'll take down Mutt, a 4v2 that Arcadia has to crawl their way out of.
And Answer's holding a good position. And deny Munchie that spot you really want to get in through that plant. And you also can deny that armory entrance. Taboo, the angle over White Stairs, Answer for one. You see Queens is trying to go for a little bit of a pinch both onto Answer and onto Taboo. But with Answer finding a kill inside of the armory hallway, it slowly starts to diminish the numbers. Taboo's going to be able to get the headshot. It looks possible.
Wait. He's right there. The plant was right next to that rotate. Taboo needs to be watched for. He is being watched for. Very thankful for that. As Gabrielle didn't need to watch anything but that exact angle. Eventually, was able to pivot to the right direction and take the round for Queens of 4-2-1/2. Not too bad at the end.
It's a little scary because you actually make the trip to the attic rotator over towards the armory, and suddenly it's a 1v1 because Gridlock's got to make the big swing in, and it's very isolated. But you get the 2-4-1/2 that you talked about before the actual map. That was like, oh, you in the basement. Oh, you get the 2-4-1/2 on the attack. Yada yada yada.
The 2-4-1/2 on the attack.
It's like you're prophetic.
No, it's like this map has been played for like 6 years and does the same thing all the time.
You know what's crazy? I think Oregon is not that old. Like, reworked Oregon
Well, like,
It's
I don't think
not
it's 6
that
years.
old.
That was definitely hyperbole. But, what, like 4 years, I want to say?
I remember I looked at where like the reworked maps were, and some of them like time has passed, and it's like there's no way it's been like that long or that short. This map has felt like it's been in the pool for forever.
It's been almost 4 years since the Oregon rework. It was March of 2020, according to Google. So yeah, that's when this map has started to exist in its current form. So it's been 4 years, and I believe since the very start, it's been in the comp pool, but I don't know that for sure. That's kind of pulling back
Yes,
on memory.
it
That was a
was.
very long time ago. There we go. But yeah, so it's been around a while, and these teams are playing like it. However, you bring some new things out, some unexpected things like a clash, and all of a sudden, teams that have been operating by the same checklist on the same map for so long completely have to rework their thought process in the 2 minutes they have left in the round to do that. Queens, though, not really doing anything too out of the ordinary. As a matter of fact, not really bringing anyone too new. The newest operator on their team is essentially a zombie who's been around quite a while, and the things you do with a zombie are already pretty well known. That angle peak initially from the bottom of White Stairs, not expected, not well known, and Grass Eater's going to get a good amount of damage onto Answer with that. Could have dropped the diffuser. This is a very unique setup they've got in Master Bedroom. I'm interested in seeing how Arcadia deal with this.
You're dying here. You are playing your life. You have that ADS, but that's not going to provide you that much coverage. Mutt has to use that explosive charge. Otherwise, I mean, they don't have much. And I mean,
Great timing. Great teamwork.
what did you expect? To be honest.
I mean, yeah, they go for the smoke now. Babriel seems to be caught in the bees, so they could try and pre-fire through the smoke, though behind the shields gets a little awkward. And the smoke actually effectively countering a Warden. A little disappointed, to be completely honest, by that happening.
I think
but
it was more the Grim, too.
That's true, yeah, but I felt like he couldn't really see much. Anyways, good kill for Sunday. Another one back for Taboo. We still find ourselves in a one-man advantage for Arcadia, but this pesky little Warden will not get off of his shield and trophy. Even though all of his teammates are dying all around him, he's still able to turn on electric, get a knockdown. Not quite able to convert that, but in a very weird spot to try and revive. So Babriel could very easily find another pick here. However, he himself picked onto, and things slowly getting worse and worse. It's only left to Grass Eater, who has a decent position towards the back of his site. Prepared for one towards White Stairs. Wants to find that kill before he gets into the process of dealing with everybody else. But playing this intelligently is Taboo. He knows he can just lay back and wait for the rotate, play crossfires with his teammates, and as a matter of fact, he can do that. Take a little bit of a one-way, awkward, prone fight against Grass Eater and win it at that. Great round for the attackers in their very first.
It's pretty clinical, and I think most of Queen's strategies felt like they did a little bit of talking. I mean, you had Munchie being as close as you possibly can with that master area, and that's when you just gotta scrap. Like, throw it out the window, watch it burn, because you're not going to get anywhere with that, because you're not going to have the coverage from the player inside a trophy as well as you really want, because they don't have the angles to actually help you out. So from the beginning, Queens essentially throw a body, they throw a shield away, and I like the fact that they held on to certain positions very well, but it seems like Babriel wasn't communicated with, that there were a couple players inside of that attic, or that attic was relinquished by the defense. So it just led to a lot of clunkiness, and you leave Queens in a very uncomfortable position that you really don't want to leave them in as a teammate.
Queens left in an uncomfortable position in terms of the bomb site they have to go to next. They opt to go back upstairs, though, confident in the idea that their best site, their number one site, is still going to be their best. However, we'll have to wait a little while before we can actually get into the watching of that bomb site once more and the defense of it from Queens, because we need a rehost. Unfortunately, some random errors happened, and rehosts happen, and you know how that goes. That was really...
It's drone bug.
I just
was
ate a
put in
nothing
chat.
burger. I just ate nothing burger. I'm not going to lie. It was pretty rough.
I mean, nothing burger sounds good. I haven't eaten
It
dinner
does.
yet.
Yeah,
so-
me neither. Yo, we should have eaten before this. It's like 6. We should have.
Yeah, but I got
did
a
we
little
not?
I got a little distracted by playing the test server, all the ACOGs that are in play, and it's
Yeah.
if you haven't tried it, like if you've got like an operator that you're like, oh, you know, I really love this, try it with the ACOG, because I'm an Aruni fan. Mark 14 EVR, slap an ACOG onto that, oh baby, that thing slaps. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably still going to be a little bit of a reflex warrior. I'm going to be totally honest. It's very funny to me because like everyone is complaining about like, oh, there's no more 1.5 and 2x and the ACOG is too zoomed in, and oh, they nerfed the hollow and they made the dot bigger. But I already ran reflex on most of my guns,
Yeah, but
so
you're a nerd.
I am very unaffected by this. Yes, I understand. I started running it back in the day and I learned how to play with it because it was the one that had the least cover. Like, it covered the least on your screen. So, yes, I literally did run it because I am a nerd. That is exactly
Wow,
why.
that's
I did
crazy.
statistical analysis when picking my loadouts in a video game. Can you believe that? Can you believe that I did that outside of
How
school?
would you apply such nerdery to Siege? Like,
That's all that I
just-
do. That's
We
what
are
we're
co-
here
we
to
are-
do, yes.
I mean, technically we did that for E2.
Yeah.
It's like the
You still do
stats
it
and-
now.
I'm still doing it now. You get a little bit of a reprieve
I got off
from
duty.
the nerdery. So
I've been freed. But yeah, I mean, so that round number 1, obviously not, or round number 1 of the half, rather, obviously not what the Arcadian defense, Arcadian, I just came up with that on the fly. I don't think that applies here, but obviously not what the Arcadia defense was looking for in terms of the top floor bunk defense. And I do have to commend them for really standing their ground inside of Master and trying to stick to a very admirable and very ambitious strategy. But after that doesn't work, do you think they try and double down, or are they going to try and go for some other adjustment?
it depends on what little hijinks the defense is up to. If they run something similar to that lineup that we saw inside of the bedroom itself, if they're gonna go for a zone defense type thing where they run Bandit, run a Mute, run a Kaid, something to keep those walls closed, because if you do keep that attic wall closed, it's going to be so much easier for that warden to actually hold trophy, and if trophy is held, I think that that round is still technically up in the air, because if you can't gain control of that because you don't have attic, so many things can happen that it's impossible to kind of choose one way that the round is going to go. As always, I still think it's super possible for Arcadia to get things done. The frame seems to be there, but when they actually try to get things done, the execution, per se, is just missing the mark.
I will say as well that the attack was very solid. And just generally, I feel like you saw a lot of... It was Arcadia, I believe, on the attack first, or on the attack second instead. We just watched Queens do a whole attacking half, so that was my mistake on that, getting that mixed up. But the Arcadia attack showed a lot of promise in terms of being able to adapt on the fly. The Queens attack really struggled. They ran into a clash, and it was like they'd never seen the operator before. That's exaggerating, but still, they really struggled to change things up on the fly when they were running into something they weren't expecting. However, Arcadia were able to quickly adjust. Okay, I'm playing Zoph. I'll just break that open. You be prepared to shoot the guy behind the shield directly off of my contact and directly off of my breaking of that shield, because he's isolated. That's a free kill for us. Okay, they're doing this heavy trophy hold. Go get two of you, go try and push into attic, get pressure from there, because they have those holes open, so we could easily kill the guy on the shield using that, you know? Really good on-the-fly adjustments that either you had prepared beforehand, or their in-game leader, or just someone on the team thought up in the moment, and I'm very impressed by their ability to just kind of, I forget the word, but just, I guess a good phrase for it is just call an audible. Maybe change the strat up.
Fluidity.
They're very fluid. That's a good word for it. They're just very fluid. I like that.
We're getting close to getting everybody back in. We've got about one player still yet to join the lobby. If not, we're already getting close to start, so you don't have to worry too much. But a 5-2 is pretty effective lead, especially when you're going onto the attack. You're already able to one attack done. And in this meta, the more attacks you can get, the more it essentially punishes your opponent. We saw only able to get 2 attacks is kind of standard, but if you can't hold that up, on your defensive end, then of course you're just simply going to get rolled over. I think once we swap over to border, maybe we could start to see some changes, but there are decent similarities from Oregon on over to border. It's a decently small map. You don't have a lot of, you know, interconnectivity in between the two floors itself. So I think whoever has control over Oregon is going to have control over border. And right now it really is Arcadia from top to bottom.
Yeah, border an interesting one, but I'm particularly interested for these two teams to play on it because neither of them take me as particularly aggressive. We saw a little bit of an early play from the Jaeger. It was Grass Eater early in last round to try and make something happen towards bottom white stairs. But other than that, we haven't seen a ton of early kill attempts or spawn peeks or anything really that cheeky. And border's particularly hard to attack on if the other team is holding so much ground and really making it hard for you to step foot in the building anywhere other than maybe just top east. So that'll be quite interesting to see if they're continuing to play kind of reserved or if they really try and expand their domain and control as much of the map as possible, because that's not really something they've been doing on Oregon thus far. Speaking of which, we're finally back, same site as last round, and we see if Arcadia can close this out or if Queens will make Oregon a closer affair once they get comfy on their defense.
Nothing too much changed on that defensive end. You've still got the Azami, a Warden, which will probably play behind that shield. There's only one shield, so you're either going to have to commit to a trophy hold or you have to commit to that master bedroom hold with Gabrielle, putting that shield inside of trophy. You make the right call. I've never seen that before, and it will always just befuddle me as to what the goal is. I mean, Arcadia's a little...
With the master shield?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I've seen it maybe a couple times, but normally they fall off of it sooner, or it's in a zombie, so you can, like, put the Kiba back up when the shield gets knocked down. And also, you're not, like, lying prone right behind it. Because if you're lying prone right behind it, exactly what happened is going to happen.
I could see it working in, like, a ranked setting, when there's no guarantee that your teammates are going to be communicating. But when you have a team that is, you know, coordinating with each other, it's pretty hard to do. Munchie is still playing inside a master bedroom, though. It's not behind a shield. It's not anything of the sort. It's just really close with that shotgun. And a simple drone kind of takes them out of the board. The Mew Jabber being there is a good play. That is going to be difficult to do. But there goes Answer. That is Disciple. I can't tell if that was through the entranceway or through that window, and it seems like it was through that armory single wall. So a good little shot there. Grass Eater is going to be able to get one, and with Munchie still hold out in the side of this door, this could be a great round for Queens.
As Arcadia right now, you just feel oppressed. You are getting challenged for everything you possibly could be getting challenged for. And a good adjustment here from Queens. They were doing this last round, but they weren't peeking off them as actively. They were passively sitting behind shields everywhere. So it was very easy for Arcadia to just coordinate and either flash things out or smoke things off or break the shields and then get the free kills on the players nearby that weren't trying too hard to take the actual engagements. Instead, this time, they're getting swung on every single angle, and of which there are a lot on this kind of armory extension over to hold trophy. So now, Arcadia are 3 players down just because they wanted to push into Master. Good kill there for Cloak. That's going to make things a little bit better, as Munchie now gone. And attic control has been gotten for the attackers, but on its own, that really isn't going to do too terribly much for you, and Cloak realizes that. So he's actually going to dip out, try and find some ground to control elsewhere, but it's not looking too great for Arcadia in this round. I like this.
Oh, this is a play. You're utilizing the time so you don't have to commit to anything. Taboo it there. You can zip up. The site is essentially free. There's nobody in there. And if you can use the rotates effectively, Arcadia has such a powerful play here. But Diffuser isn't inside the site, and now we're fully even. And why is Sunday doing that?
Taboo's jumped in big window. Case wasn't in control in the right spot. He had a great position in the corner, but it wasn't great enough to get the kills onto everybody. Babrielle's moved out of attic, but Taboo doesn't realize this. Now he does, though. He recognizes that he's just on the outside of the attic door. He walks into dorms, trying to take the challenge through the rotate, and a great pre-fire. Taboo and Cloak with an outstanding 2v5. 2 kills for the Therm, 3 for the Amaru, an outstanding hatch play, and another round to the attack.
A lot of times in situations like this, you ask, is it the defense? Is it the attack? And I feel like that is just so well done by Arcadia. A lot of that has to go to Cloak, making the decision to drop the hatch after getting the kill, zipping on in to that kids area and holding down the fortress, because you don't have the exact location of the Amaru. It's an unexpected play, and the defense clearly weren't ready for it. I still think at that point, it's around a 2v3, you realize what the play was for Arcadia, and Queens just has to recenter themselves. Recognize that Arcadia has to commit to this area, and you can essentially play defense around this part of the site. But instead, they're just trickling in, kind of one by one, giving those kills over to Arcadia. And at the end of the day, if you can't win that, Happy, what can you win?
Well, nothing on Oregon, that seems to be for sure. Good adjustment from Arcadia to recognize how far over everybody was. Because when you think about it, again, this goes to show that Arcadia are very good at picking up on the nuances of the Queen's defense. If there are 3 or 4 people shoving their guns in your face, trying to enter specifically just master bedroom, then everywhere else is basically a gap. And that hatch is definitely going to be a gap, because it's not opened, and they're not necessarily prepared for you to Amaru up it. Granted, once the Amaru got a kill, that should have been calmed, and it should have been pointed out that that was a possibility, but even still, it comes completely out of nowhere, and that's what you kind of have to do. When you're at a man disadvantage, you need to take drastic measures, and the drastic measures in that case were jumping up a hatch and finding some kills, because still, no adjustment from Queens. They thought that the push was just going to be in Master the entire time, even after not seeing anybody over by that side for like a whole minute or so. They weren't prepared enough to have to adjust. They just gave fights over one by one to the players who somehow managed to sneak into dorms. That's not something you can allow to the attack whatsoever. So now 2 times through on that upstairs bomb site. Looks like they're going. However, we are yet to find the 5th player on the defensive side. So we're just waiting on that player to return, and then we'll finally get back into the action. Hopefully not too long of a wait just for one more round. That'd be kind of anticlimactic, but yeah, we will wait nonetheless.
The worst thing.
Yeah, match point.
When you're on the precipice of the match ending, or I guess the map in this case, and it's a rehost or it's a disconnect, and you just have to wait and wait. You don't know when it's gonna come back. I'm glad we, at least right now, we don't know too much. Hey, all we had to do was have our observer ask when they were going to get back. Here they are. We are going to return very shortly to the action at hand, where Queens is going to have to complete a really difficult comeback. That is 4 rounds in a row. They are going to have the advantage of that basement site to potentially start and end that quote-unquote comeback, but it's not impenetrable for the attack. We have seen that Queens have done a good job themselves getting inside, but when they need to finish the job, that's where they've struggled. Are Arcadia going to have the same issues with their own attack?
Well, it seems to be a very different defense fundamentally. Again, kind of more of a reliance on some guns. You're bringing a lot more info gathering, what with a deployable camera on Jaeger, also the ADSs to support the shield, that's why you're bringing him, but he has that camera, and the Fenrir and the Razor Blooms, both great for trying to figure out when Arcadia is pushing and where they will be pushing from, so you make sure that you have no gaps in your defense, which obviously is something that Queens struggled with last round, and it's something they continue to struggle with. It was also something that Arcadia struggled with, sort of, on their own defense, but they adjusted to it very quickly. We see Queens kind of making that same adjustment. Operators like Thorn, like Fenrir. So excited to see that into this round. However, seems to be going pretty quickly already from Arcadia, as they want to waste 0 time in this clear. However, unlike the Arcadia defense, there's actually a roamer on the basement objective, and that's Disciple, just trying to do whatever damage he can, waste whatever time he can, but he slowly falls back to the freezer stairs.
Good utilization of the phone call from Electric. Gonna be quickly hung up by Disciple. I think there is a second one inbound, or at least that's what I saw. Maybe they're going on their drone. Either way, Disciple is gonna be heading back down to the site. That's all the roamers cleared, but that's not usually the problem of the basement, is the roamers. It's the execution. It's how you start everything. You have to get open these hatches, get the drones in, find a foothold. That is the issue with the basement attack, is it's difficult to really get your foot inside of the actual site. And right now, with all those hatches getting opened and all of the, checklist of the basement attack getting done, where's Arcadia going to centralize their attack to begin with?
It does seem like it's taken quite a while. The presence of that one roamer has slowed this attack to a screeching halt. And that was literally it. It was just Disciple running around on the near Z connector for like 45 seconds. And that's one of the strongest things about roaming on this map, especially when you're doing it against a less experienced team relative to some of the better teams in the world, such as Arcadia. They'll see that one roamer, and then all of a sudden, they may be worried that he's still there. They may be worried that there could be more in many different places. You really have to start checking everything. Or at least they feel the need to, when in reality, it's basically what you yourselves were doing, just a little bit of a fake roam. Worst case scenario, Disciple loses a bit of HP like he did. Best case scenario, the attack now has 30 seconds left, and they haven't even really started to work on Pillar. They're going to have to get that done now, but here's Grass Eater at the bottom of the blue stairs, very ready for Taboo to push down. He's got a Supernova in hand. At that kind of a range, it's not necessarily 100% as to whether or not the shotgun will be effective, and it's not. Grass Eater gets the opening pick. Babrielle with another good trade back from Cloak, but he's only good for the one, and Grass Eater and Babrielle are both good for 2, even a third for the Fenrir, and only 1 kill for the attackers, as Queens not ready to give up on Oregon just yet.
There's that start. Like I said, you getting that beginning and ending round on basement can really boost you. But now they've got to go to dorms, and if they win this, they have to go to meeting or dining, both of which are really scary to get through. Last time you were here, it was a 5v2. It almost seemed impossible to toss away, given everything that was on the board, and yet still it happened until it's still on to Queens, to how they adapt. They played close with the shotgun. They still kept the shield over in Trophy. They opened the wall in that armory hallway. Everything worked in unison until the end. Happy. That's always the issue with Queens, is that their setup is so good, but when they just need to put the period on the sentence, they can't do it. I think they'll do great to start off with, but when we get to that 45-second mark, I can't say what exactly is going to happen.
Well, third time's the charm is what they say. We'll have to see if that rings true when it comes to defending the top floor of Oregon. Normally, you don't have that many tries. And normally, if you tried to put Munchie in Master 2 times in a row, and it doesn't work either one, you wouldn't do it a third time.
I mean,
but Munchie stands on business. He doesn't.
Technically?
He's not the problem. It's not on Munchie. He hasn't been, like, he got opening pick on his team, but like,
because they tried to attack it and they got dropped.
But they just need to be ready to switch things up. Cloak can't catch them off guard from Attic again. They need to be prepared to call an audible when it's necessary. And in this case, Arcadia kind of called an audible from the start, coming into this round thinking, we're not going to try that hard to get Master. Instead, we're going to put 2 or 3 players towards Attic first, try to get that control, and I like that play.
That's good. You apply a little bit of a pinch so that if somebody opens that wall, Munchie's toast. 100%. he can even see from the attic. Babriel drops answer. That's the second time for this team that they tried to attack this site, and the Thatcher has gone down very early. There is a wall open inside of attic. It can be entered, and Grass Eater is going to be that lone defender, along with Babriel, who can, turn around, give him the old looker. With Arcadia, pieces are getting set up. They've got now 2 less players to deal with it, looking very reminiscent of the previous round.
Okay, I've decided that what you were doing wasn't good enough. Just stop trying to go into Master at all. It's not really working too well. Finally, another kill for the attack, as Cloak's able to get one. And if I had a nickel, this is the exact same thing. I was gonna say if I had a nickel thing, but it's not over yet. They haven't 2v5'd. They still have a chance. They're already 1/5 of the way there. Pre-fire's good, but not good enough. He had the right idea. But the idea is only half the battle. The actual battle itself, not won at all. And now Grass Eater, sitting towards the top of attic, almost comes to blows with Cloak, but he will avoid that for now. Just gonna hop up the attic hatch and almost gets direct impacted by Akiba. Queens not able to get the kill with the zombie barricade, but I think he was trying to. He's able to get the kill with his gun anyways. Another round for the defense, and no, don't say it's over yet.
I forget what the event is, but it takes place on Skyscraper. It's like the Japanese samurai. It's basically where you have to get a kill with. It's basically where you have to get a kill with those kunais that Azami has, and we almost saw that being adapted into the actual game itself. Very, very funny, very comedic ending, and one that Queens would really prefer over the last result where we saw Taboo and Cloak alive. The final test. It's going to be meeting Kitchen, needing to hold that top floor, needing to make sure that you shut down that double wall and that it cannot be entered and planted, because that is, honest to God, probably Arcadia's solution. With that Monty, with that Ram and Thermite, all the pieces are getting set up for that type of play, but Queens have a little bit of confidence behind them. They've got that momentum, and they potentially have what it takes to complete that comeback.
I like the castle strat as well from Queens in this round, is they have struggled a bit with their gaps being exploited. So in this case, you're going to expand pretty far out. Don't even bother leaving the gaps open, just completely shut them off. Make it so the attack has to either melee them, which makes a pretty loud noise in and of itself, or explode something to get through. Make it so they have to lose some damage to get through those Aruni barricades if they don't have more utility to deal with that after having dealt with the castles. So I do like the defensive strategy quite a lot. However, you're going up against Taboo on a big shield, which if the defense was anything to go off of for that, it's going to be very hard to deal with him specifically on an operator of that nature.
See that the goal is to get the top floor. Taboo has entered Armory. Drones have spotted 2 players. And the entry into the building is completed. The pings are there. One thing that Arcadia have done very, very well is they can communicate with each other very effectively so that the shield actually gets their job done. But entering is going to be a difficult process. When you've got that Legion, you've got the Solus and the Jaeger all combining for 3 different angles, there isn't a lot of space that Monty can actually have to feel safe. It's going to put a lot onto the hard breach to maybe open some of these walls, or what it kind of looks like Arcadia is doing is just completely changing their strategy and going for a horizontal take instead of taking the top floor.
And Queens are still prepared for them to try and take upstairs. As a matter of fact, they're entirely prepared for it. Mutt has just decided to commit himself to trying to get a plant down on the site itself, and he's seemingly going to be successful in doing so. A good kill there onto Babriel for the attack. Granted, it is traded out by Grass Eater, and where is the cover for this diffuser? It's not there at all. It's nowhere nearby. They're going to get the case diffused pretty easily, and no one on Arcadia is ready to counteract that. Yes, you can do some damage, but no, you can't get a kill. No, you can't win a round, and no, you cannot win the map quite yet. It takes until max regulation for Queens to end this one, and they are refusing to die.
where was the rest of Arcadia?
I don't know.
I expect that to happen if, like, all the players are dead, but then you just have two people just taking a trip into who knows where, walking up the tower stairs over by the main entry door. I heralded Arcadia's communication as something that was impressive, why they brought the shield, why it worked, and initially it seemed like they had a good plan to go off of. The plan goes down with the Monty, you can control everything, but I just don't think those parts of the team were on the same wavelength. Like, the plant was going down, and either the players were still trying to get set up for a post-plant position and weren't ready for the horde of queens to attack them. They were planting when it was essentially a 5v5. It is a bold strategy to do that unless you're truly ready for the post-plant. It's going to be a dangerous move, and we see why right there.
Well, V, we've made it all the way. From 4 to 1 down, from 6 to 2 down. Maybe all they needed was one player to take a little bit longer getting back into the lobby than normal, and that's all the time that they needed to talk every single defensive strat over. Because, man, have they looked better. They've looked more fluid, quickly adjusting to things. They've looked better individually. They look like they're playing off each other better. This looks like a totally different Queens team than the one that lost those 2 rounds in a row upstairs. Now they go back downstairs, a site that they haven't lost yet, that they looked really good on last round, but also that Arcadia looked really bad on last round. It took them a long time to clear a roam that wasn't there and start putting pressure onto the pillar area. So what I want to see them do, specifically going to this round, is just drone everything first. Start with the second floor. Clear everything. Know that it's all clear. And then start to work on the site itself. However, it looks like they're just going to go for a blitz rush instead. And I'm not going to say that I'm mad about that. Because I'm not. That's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah, a lot of times when you're down to your last ideas, something like this can work. It's usually over by blue, but going down laundry, potentially a dangerous play. Taboo's going to be in alone, but, I mean,
oh my.
It's free. They get the pick. Okay. It's
Electric.
as free as it can be.
And somehow gotten a kill. Okay. Maybe not as free as it can be, but Taboo's pretty far forward, and they're not ready for him, but no, he doesn't die. Munchie doesn't die. He almost walks then into the track stingers and the fire, so that could have gone really, really poorly, but it's actually still going all right. Disciple, the flick is in for my man, and now it's just left to Taboo. He's been so good on the shields all day, but now he's got to play in a post-plant situation. They're not ready for him inside the closet for some reason, even though he's already given up that he's here. Now, Munchie going to smoke it off. Gabrielle needs to push him from the side. They're both going to push him together, and the shotgun doesn't do anything. But he's missing his shots with the pistol, and now he's just praying that they give him an opportunity. What are you doing? You're sprinting at him.
No.
And oh my god. What? I can't even. Taboo's still there. You didn't do anything. Arcadia's going to win this round.
Are you kidding me?
What? And he even gets the kill. That is tomfoolery at its finest. And we have now closed it out in regulation after all that. After everything that Queens did to try and make a comeback. After all the effort they put in to try and bring it back. We end with that round.
That's how it is. The worst part about that, he had the shotgun on him. It was dead to rights. He was gone. He did the damage. He just gave up. Like, I genuinely have no idea.
I mean, even if you used the SMG, you could have shot exactly where you wanted it to go. And when he was aimed down at you, or when you saw him reloading, he could have used the... I don't know. You know where we want to go. You don't know where to go. We're going to go to a break. Me and V are going to mentally recover, and hopefully we will be in good spirits for map number 2. We'll see you then.
Racing queen, you make my heart message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you?
Back from the break, done with map 1, and we go on to map 2. And I think Queens have taken this time to, I guess, mentally deal with how the previous map ended, but they gotta be a goldfish. They gotta put it behind them and move on to border.
You gotta be a goldfish?
Have you never heard of the do you know the show Ted Lasso?
Oh, I know that show. I didn't realize that was
it's like you gotta be a goldfish, gotta forget. It's like a sports
I see what
sports thing that
Yep.
one there. So,
all right, well, that's it's a good one. I like that. But yeah, anyways, so we will be going into map number 2 on border, which of course is a little bit of a switch up from Oregon. Also, it's the selection of Arcadia. So if that says anything, it tells me that a team that already looked pretty good is going to look even better. No, it's not Clubhouse. We can't change what's on the screen. It's not going to be Clubhouse.
I didn't fall for it this week though.
I know you didn't, and I didn't either. I just want to make sure that our audience doesn't, and also doesn't think that I have no idea what I'm talking about, because I'm a little insecure. Map 2.
I would think that like I'm the one that might not know what they're talking about. 'Cause I'm the color.
I was making a joke. I was just making a joke. Map 2, border. See, it is border. I was right.
Yeah, Arcadia gets started on the attack, so they get to set the pace on how things are gonna go compared to the previous map where they were on the defense, Queens were on the attack, and Queens only getting 2 attacks made it really difficult for them to find themselves back in the narrative, and they almost did it, but as just how things went, we don't really need to press on it too much. They ended up losing that one, and Arcadia now are in the driver's seat. They end up banning Brava along with the Dekebi ban of Queens. Makes sense. Both of those two very popular on this map. Are Queens going to go for that Mira ban again? I think she's even more popular on this map once you kind of take her away from that one site of basement. And they are going to go for that Mira ban. So pretty much set standard as last time, only swapping out those 2 attackers.
Great call. And then you said there was a basement on border.
I said on Oregon.
I thought you were talking about border. Okay, never mind. Now I look stupid. Anyways, again. Wow, I've just got Uno reverse carded, but yeah. So they get rid of the Mira, they get rid of the Valkyrie. The Brava really the only big difference between these 2 maps. Makes sense, you know, on a map like this, getting whatever kind of cameras you can makes a huge difference because pretty much every camera could be useful over the course of a given round. Specifically, Top East and 90 are 2 of the biggest cameras you would love to take on as a Brava on the attacking side when you're going into Armory. That's the site we will start with as well, as it has pretty much stayed that way for quite a long time, being one of the best sites that is available on this map. But they're all relatively effective. It just kind of depends on the team, right? Normally, when you see a team defend border, it's not like a necessarily super defender-sided or that they have perfect sites they're really good at. To me, it kind of feels like some teams are just better at defending border, and other teams aren't as good at it. Because it's such a small map that normally you have to hold similar areas across multiple different bomb sites. So it doesn't really feel like it's like a big, huge difference between multiple objectives, and it just comes down to whether or not you're a border team. And in this case, Arcadia, clearly pretty confident on it. They picked into it, however, they start on attack instead.
I actually think it comes down to 2 things. Are you good or are you bad?
That's true. That could be one thing if you think about it.
I mean, I guess.
It could also be 2 things, yeah.
I think about that because that one makes me right. Munchie gets absolutely burned perfectly out in the open, and Arcadia just, like Capitao, absolutely throwing everything in the fire.
And an early kill on your Echo of every single operator, maybe the worst one to have to deal with. Gabrielle's just standing in a smoke as Warden, trying to deal with that little nerf that it gives you when you're not actually standing still. However, that makes it easier for the Glaz on the other side. No more Glaz, though, as Grass Eater able to activate and get another kill. But it's getting worse and worse for the defense, as that's the only kill they found all round. Great shot from Sunday. But look at the absolute minefield of track singers. He's getting meleeed by a shield and shot at by a para 308. A very, very rough end to that round. Very rough beginning, too. Basically, no time of that round was spent with Queens at the advantage. And they go down 0-1.
They had the idea with the Echo, but the fact that Munchie was simply out in the open due to the Glaz just throws that all in the bin. I don't know why Munchie... I guess it actually could have been a thing due to how quickly Arcadia was. There wasn't time for Munchie to actually set the yokai in a good position and get ready for the push, because it came fast as could be, lightning quick. And without a Solus, without a Pulse, you're not going to get anything done from downstairs. Because teams can bring an Echo and a Solus, and with no Solus ban, it will not hurt you to bring her. It only benefits you. She is really, really good in the right hands. And just like Fenrir, like Tuberau, in a lot of instances, you actually actively hurt yourself by not bringing her. And I just think that, you know, maybe a substitute to Capcan for the Solus. I think it may hurt you when it comes to taking advantage of that attacking in certain areas, but you just gain so much.
Still opting to go back to that bomb site. Very prepared to deal with this kind of rush. They've got Sunday downstairs, but ill-advised preparation, as doing that kind of thing in the very first round, normally not something you're going to replicate in round 2, and that's exactly the case for Arcadia. No Monty at all. Oh, excuse me, but yeah, no, that was I'm very sorry.
I was wondering if your mic cut out or something.
No, I just had to
Yes.
anyways, Grass Eater's got the opening kill. On to answer. So down goes your Buck. No vertical play. You're not going to be able to flush anybody out of the number of anchor positions they could have held inside the bomb site. That's a great start to the round for Grass Eater in particular. And now Arcadia in a very rough spot where they don't have a ton of control, and everywhere they're trying to enter, they're either getting shot at or walking into Fenrir's or both, and they could well get flanked by Sunday downstairs. Good trade that, though, back by Mutt.
The C4 stuck there. Could be a surprise tool that maybe will help us later, as Arcadia have still dedicated themselves to getting towards this office archives area, and with the centralized defense towards this door, is it wise to continue here? There's still time to adapt, go for a security, maybe towards that armory double wall area. Grass Eater getting close to a second kill on the round would surely make this Arcadia attack much less effective. The more time dwindles down, the more effective this defense gets, and the better all those C4s get.
Oh, when the better Sunday gets 2 kills on the flank play with a Nomad in play for the attackers, is going to be traded out just after by Electric, who even makes it a second. So I was about to say that was a big pendulum swing in the round. However, seemingly brought back, and Grass Eater caught in a very uncomfortable corner. He needs to fight his way out. Fortunately, he's been given an opportunity to relocate, and now he knows that one's walking in his office door. That's going to be Electric on the Thermite. Good timing on the swing, though. He doesn't even need the help of his teammate. He just got the kill on his own. Now it's just left to Munchie, the sole remaining vestige of this Queen's defense, and he can't do a thing to Electric on that long angle. What a round from the Thermite, and a great job to Arcadia, unfazed in that disadvantage.
Oh, it keeps happening. Or you can call a choked lead. We had it on Oregon. Threw it away. On border. Again, Grass Eater gets a really good opening. No trade happening on the side of Arcadia. That one falls apart too. And with Arcadia on the attack, no less, they are disadvantaged statistically. And yet, they've already got those two. Maybe one they shouldn't have even got. Now you bring the Soulless onto Bathroom Tellers, a site that is less effective, simply when you think about the fact that Soulless is one of the few operators who can look up, spot the diffuser, know where it's going. But when you're trying to hold down that second floor, it's just going to be as good as ever, because you're going to be able to spot the Jackal when that headset is on, spot the Zero Cam, spot the drones. All of those are going to be really effective when you're just trying to stay away from the drones, shut down the roam clear that Arcadia has done a semi-solid job on. And if you're this defense, you want to make that 0% effective. And Soulless is a good way to do that.
Second map in a row that we've seen Queens start on a bomb site. It's typically pretty solid. Find no luck in it, and then, well, they switch over. Actually, pretty uncanny how similar the rounds were, as the second round in both of those cases was a round that they probably should have won. They had a huge advantage, at one point being in a 2-on-4, only for it to then fall apart. Here, they get an advantage again. Queens, ever the proficient early fraggers, are once again proficient in the opening gunfights. It's Disciple, who I think has looked mechanically their best so far, finally hopping on the board on Border, making himself known, making his presence known on the Soulless that you were talking about so much in the prep phase.
All right, that's two.
Nice.
Disciple actually using the little punch holes into the wall, so nobody has just been able to even get within an inch of this player. And now it's actually been joined by Sunday. I think Cloak, Answer, and Taboo, the three players remaining on the attack, they have no choice but to try to go for that roam clear, or at least pick up the diffuser. Roam just looks too powerful, honestly. Another player down.
It's just been so strong this round. Where has this been all day? I mean, you don't get as many chances to roam on the top floor bomb site. What a shot for
Smoked.
Disciple!
Oh my.
You just got rolled and smoked all in one go. You knew where he was.
Wow.
Moss check. That is not normally. Please, Moss check.
That
That is insane.
Yeah.
I don't actually think he's cheating, but
I don't think so either.
it's a
I
really
think,
good shot.
Yeah, no, Queens would be doing a little bit better, methinks, if they had a little bit of a hacker on the team. Not that we're accusing them of anything. It's just it's fun to kind of think about, you know. Queens, though, with that lovely little play, they get the one, and they head back to Armory, not even testing that workshop area. And we have seen how Armories went. Arcadia has put themselves on that Armory office, or excuse me, Archives office side twice. And both times, despite the fact that Queens were able to get something done on that second round, it still did not amount to anything. To change this potential final time is going to be onto Maestro. And Evil Eyes, you get so much information with that. You can shut down any planter. And Munchie's trying to go for a little sneaky play where you can get the... yeah, exactly. Exactly that play where I don't exactly know if you can spot it through the window, but if you're going through the door, you can't really punch it. You have to use something like a Gun 6, like a Zofia Impact, and swapping off of that Zofia may make that Evil Eye very effective. Maestro was a rare pick on this site, but right now, that change that Queens go on could be a difference maker.
I think they only really have one or two Gone 6s that they could bring within this individual round. I know for sure Buck has one. So that will be a big factor, like you said. They don't really have any mobile breaching. No Zof, they switched off it. No Ash at all ever being really brought. And so now Arcadia continue to go for this sort of East Stairs office side take. They ran into a lot of resistance last time trying to go CC break, so this time they realize it may not even be worth it because Gabriel, playing Fenrir, has his Fen mines active on both of the doors that you could use to get into CCTV, and he's actively running out of the security room doorway, making it as hard as physically possible for anyone to get through. So I like the idea of getting an entry point towards these stairs and then try and confront this roamer. They've got Z-pings on him as well. it's just going to be a matter of time. Yeah, he's the Fenrir at the moment, but he walks a little too far over to the side and gets caught in the Fen trap. And now, Gabriel knows that they're advancing. Very aware that they're very far forward, but he just needs to wait for the push. Good flashbang out from Cloak. That should be enough to get the trick, but he's actually going to go for another, and that one kind of sails a bit too far away. And he's also prone now towards box. Bab is peeked back up. Nobody knows where anybody else is. Finally, Cloak gets the kill. But that's also responded to immediately by Sunday with a C4. However, still an advantage to Arcadia as Taboo, or Electric, gets that kill back.
We still have the Warden, Maestro, and Jaeger alive. Ability to see through that smoke. There are 4 on the board. That still at 100% is a plan, and I love the little angle that Disciple is at, hopping off of it, because it is pretty dangerous, but immediately peeks onto 1. It's traded, so Arcadia still has that man count advantage, and Archives has to be acquiesced over to their opponents, but the Evil Eyes are still in play, and that is going to be the go-to for Arcadia.
Disciple trying to get a flank onto the player inside of security, and Mutt has no clue even though the air jab went off. Munchie also gets 1, so this time Queens flipping that Choker's status on its head, and now they're the ones making the other team look like throwers once they get that advantage, as Munchie will throw his team on a 2 rounds thus far, as it's a 2-win streak for Queens.
Talked about last map about how it seemed like Queens always had the idea, they put the pieces in place, and then could never fit them together at the last second. You're seeing a little bit of that from Arcadia. It's not as common, nowhere near as common as we saw Queens, but that round is a very good example. They've got the wall open, they've cleared the defenders out of their positions, and yet they did not commit. They let these flanks happen, tried to take control of security, when Archives, I still think, was the play. They do have 2, though. Happy. I think as long as you've got 2, anything more than that is just a treat in your eyes. So every defensive round that Queens wins at this point feels almost like it should be a given, in a sense that Arcadia can absolutely earn more, but they don't deserve more because of how they've played. They have to fight for it tooth and nail.
Well, Queens forced onto their tertiary bomb site. Pretty much an exact replica of their defensive half on Oregon thus far. The similarity is kind of uncanny. So in this case, Vent Workshop, still a pretty solid bomb site in its own right. Same goes for Meeting and Kitchen in the case of Oregon, but nothing immediately jumping out in this case, or at least in this composition. Other than the fact that they're bringing the Mozzie, first time they've brought him so far, and that on Sunday, who's got 5 kills. Okay, my observer just told me that Mozzie's already been played. But it's not going to matter, because they're just running into the bomb site. Electric did plant down really quickly. Gabriel's already dead, and so the room not allowed to have an impact, because they're rid of the bomb site, planting the diffuser already, and from said bomb site, Answer has gotten 2 kills. Munchie and Bab already gone, and now both those roamers and Grass Eater on Frost that we were so excited to see activate are going to have to do so in a less than conventional situation. Grass Eater and Disciple, both good for 1 kill each, but they've lost their teammate in Sunday, and almost half the diffuser timer has ticked down by this point. Taboo with a shotgun doesn't lose that gunfight, and now it's only left to Grass Eater. Good timing on the swing, but he doesn't have a shotgun, and so again, Taboo won't lose that fight, Arcadia won't lose that round, and they are once again at the advantage.
You weren't there when I kind of coined this, calling it kneecapping, where you know that a site is always held on the top floor, like we do see with Workshop, but wanting to take that risk, going for the horizontal play or the rush in this specific instance. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on how the defense reacts, how they use that vertical control that they've been given by the attack to play in that post plan. And I think Queens relied too little on it. They essentially didn't use it at all. A lot of that does come down to Answer finding 2 kills while the plant was actually going down, clearing that site. But all of the Queens players dropped down to that first floor. They tried to enter through the workshop door, cramming themselves in there instead of trying to work the natural gift that the site gives you, which is great control over the site when it comes to that vertical play. And you just essentially didn't work with what was given to them by the attack, and they didn't play their own game well.
And after the roam doesn't really do much in the last round, they seem to be doubling down on it. They're bringing an alibi this round, which can really only be used as some kind of roamer. You're bringing that because Grass Eater doesn't feel like there's anyone he could necessarily bring that would lend them too much more benefit, and he really likes the MX4 Storm. Those are the reasons you would run an alibi. I can't imagine too many more other than that, though there probably are a couple. The prox mines are really useful, and they've helped a lot. That kind of Thorn, Fenrir-esque proximity style utility has been so helpful. Disciple with a big brain play that he tries to get to work, and now Taboo's left on 1 HP. He's actually still actively fighting the player on Archive's balcony, but he tries to bite off a bit too much more than he can chew. And Taboo left on 1, Answer left on about 40, and Arcadia left with a man advantage. That is until Sunday and Munchie activate. Queens are doubling down all across the board, and it's working at wonders for them. Sunday's got another kill on to Answer. A great trade back from Electric, but it's still not enough to bring this man count back to even. And if Sunday has his way on this angle, he's going to keep it at an advantage for Queens. However, he's slowly fading away, trying to get Electric to believe that he completely fell off of this position. A wise play from him. And he's currently just sitting in a corner, so there's no way that the ace is going to be expecting him. Triple kill for Sunday on the round, and this feels like a hopeless situation for Mutt.
Oh man, that entire escapade up on that top floor is just such a doozy. SMG-12 missed. ITAS is winning the fight. Oh man, and then it gets finished up by Grass Eater. That entire round, I feel like, just deserves, you know, the circus theme, Happy?
Yeah.
It's that was a treat to see. Was it good siege? Maybe not. There's a lot of criticisms. I mean, you can look at Arcadia saying, hey, Taboo, unshield, you know, give your attackers a little bit of help when it comes to the frag power. But there was just also a lot of mistakes that are on Queen's side. Queens win the round, make it 3-3. We swap sides, and now getting that one extra round on the side of Arcadia, I think, will embolden them, because we've seen what they can do on the defense and, I guess, the ineffectiveness of the Queens attack. But that was on Oregon. We're on Border now. There's 2 different maps, and Queens, it's going to be up to them, not on their own map pick, to see if they can put things together to stave off a loss.
And Queen's really playing into that advantage of just the roam on this map is so strong, and if you can figure out where the other team's trying to make entry and just stop them, no, not just stop them, it's not that simple, but really try and play full court press on Border, it gets so uncomfortable to attack. And I was talking about that last map, how I was excited to see how that went on this map, because it's so useful, but neither team seemed like they would be doing that. Queens step up, and they do exactly that. Now, Arcadia on the defensive end, it doesn't look like they're going to be doing as much of an extension, or of a kind of a loose play where we saw a lot of roamers on the Queen's defensive side trying to make something happen across the way. They are still extending a good bit, though, it would seem, so not trying to... Well, I don't know why you're reinforcing that on that side, Electric, I'm not going to lie. I don't know why you're on that side of the wall.
Oh, my goodness. Answer is potentially gonna find a third, and they do. This is Woo's. It's Woo's spot. It just seems that whoever embodies this area is imbued with great mechanical skill.
Yeah, I mean, Electric has had it all day pretty much, or not Electric, rather. Answer has looked pretty solid all day, as if many Arcadia members, but you know, Answer has been one of the ones who typically on a lower roll, but even when he's on some certain roles. This is kind of the spot that I think it's more akin to that JetCon spot that he was playing. I saw him play that position a number of times in that kind of similar way. but we're just kind of talking about things the audience may not know about. This is random tier 2 players that we had to watch a lot of. But regardless, still 2-on-4. Electric, the only player who's died for Arcadia, and there doesn't really feel like much of a way back in. With how far up Answer is, given the push that Queens tried to go for, not only Answer, but also the players that are holding the push in through Archives, the Maestro cams and the info on it, it'll be a very hard execute to make work. They still do have a lot of time, though, so that's something.
Look, I think, is looking around for potentially any Argus cameras that are in the vicinity, with Munchie having those EMPs. It's going to be the only reprieve from any potential magnets or evil eyes that are in play. Cloak has only deployed 2 of them, interesting to note, and spots them, fires a couple bullets. You don't need to be super aggressive because you can fall back on those goo mines, on those evil eyes. Answer's going to go for the quad, could potentially go for the ace. And it's not going to be, but quad is greatly appreciated and catapults Arcadia into the lead.
You gotta let him get the ace there. Maybe he probably wanted to. You gotta let him get the ace there. Come on, you gotta let him get the ace there. You're in no danger of losing that round. Maybe he was looking and hoping that he could get an ace literally just from the exact same spot, every single kill on players on effectively the same position. That would have been really funny. But instead, it's just a 4K where that happened, which is still kind of funny. But in general, Arcadia just kind of have... Queens just kind of walk into Arcadia's gunfights. It couldn't have been easier for Arcadia in that round. That was exactly the kind of push that their defense was well set up to deal with. And Queens not adjusting at all in the middle of that round. They end up walking back to the same exact spot where basically their entire team died before them, thinking, oh, well, surely this is going to go well. Of course it wasn't going to go well. You shouldn't have done that. So, again, I feel like this was kind of an issue last map, but as the team started to get through their halves, they tended to get a little better at adjusting, but we got to start making some micro adjustments within the rounds themselves and changing the plan up on the fly once you start to realize the defense is well set up for it. Granted, that's easy for me to say because I can see where everybody is on the map, but it's still something that Queens have to get just a little better at.
Still running the Maestro, which I love. Look, I'm a huge Maestro fan, and I am the #1 advocate for Maestro Elite Skin. It's been 6 years since Maestro has been revealed, and he still does not have an Elite Skin. Happy. Hashtag justice for the Italian man.
It's Italian discrimination.
It is Italian discrimination. I farmed impressions off that yesterday, and I'm... See, I do like it because it gives a lot of information, and especially with the lasers, you can shut down any drones, you can shut down some planters that come through depending on their health. Answer's still playing a very close, aggressive game along with Cloak. And, well, Answer and Co. have been a great solution for Queens. They've got 9 kills to their name along with Electric, and if it's working, you don't need to change it by any means.
I was working for Grass Eater within this individual round, and Sunday, as a matter of fact. 2 kills really quickly for the Queen's attack, something that, regardless of the round, they've been doing really well all day. In spite of their overall struggles, one good thing that you could take out of this game as Queens is that you are very, very proficient at dealing with roams, at finding those initial players and winning the initial gunfights, which is something that not everybody can say. So, as they continue through this round, it's just going to be a matter of making sure that you are thorough and getting all the kills that you can. They've already gotten 1 additional as Cloak was taken down. Trying to jump up the hatch from Workshop into Small Office. Not his smartest idea, but drastic times call for drastic measures, and I understand the idea behind the thought process. But now, Queens are very fortunately taking their time. They've only got 2 players left alive on the defensive side, and so Queens not trying to rush anything. They see the site is clear and they start to take it. However, with all these players inside the site, surely someone has to be watching Workshop. 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 It is a 2 versus 1. This should not be a lost round, and it isn't. Thank you, Disciple. I would have lost my mind, and instead, Arcadia has lost the round. Queens even it back up.
Oh. Okay. Didn't see another XV5 happen. And Queens, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there when you were talking about how good they are with the roam clear, picking off these lone players. But when Arcadia isn't doing that, when they're playing very close with each other, which is something we might see on Oregon, which is why their defense did very, very well. They were able to find 4 rounds. It's a lot harder to get anything done. It requires a lot more coordination, timing, positioning, all of the things that fundamentally make up Siege. So it then doesn't fall upon you to get things done. It falls upon your opponent to make those mistakes of playing alone, mispositioning themselves. And that's usually never how you want to play the game. It's not a game of can I make less mistakes than my opponent. It's can I play good enough? Can I make the changes necessary to get things done?
Well, they go back, or not back, but they choose to go to Workshop and Vent. I mentioned Workshop so much at the end of that last round, I started to think it was the bomb site they just played, but no. They're switching things up. The Archives defense, obviously having won it, you can't go back there, but with that loss upstairs, they really, really don't like that bomb site. Very clear that they're, open to changing things up quickly. And speaking of quickly, I think we may have another front door rush on our hands. This one, though, a little bit weirder in timing, because they popped the E1D, now they're giving up sun signs that they could be in, but Grass Eater is the big lurk here, because everyone's so focused on the front door, they're not going to be ready for Grass Eater where he is, and just like that, the site completely vacated, caught playing on his iPad is Taboo, and in the middle of the bathroom, the Echo spotted and shot at and killed all in one fell swoop. It's just left to Cloak and Electric, and Cloak can't even so much as do a single lick of damage to a single player in this site. 5-on-1 for Electric, and he's likely about to drop a hatch to his doom. Never mind. Peeks the hatch, gets a kill, but that will be all he gets. It's Disciple for the second round in a row to close in another Queens win as they take a big lead on Border.
At the beginning, I mean, you make the idea to go for something similar of a rush, kneecapping as I'd call it, but having Grass lurk through that bottom floor and enter in a different area to provide a little bit of a flank angle is very impressive to see. The idea of it is lovely, and it kind of throws to the side the idea that Queens aren't a coordinative team, that they aren't able to put things together because of situations like that. That's how I know that this team has the potential to make their attacks stick. And Arcadia clearly were not ready for. I think even if they tried to adapt, Queens just struck so quickly and efficiently that there wasn't anything you could do about it. I still am confused as to why Tapu committed so hard to the yokai when there was a dead player and you know that there is a buck abound. At that point we're starting to nitpick. I think the whole broad idea is very impressive to see from Queens, and attacking Armory is going to be tested if they'll tie it up. And then when they change sites again, if they can get things done on their attack, maybe we're headed to overtime.
We may well be. Still a solid round from Queens all the same, not to take any credit away from them, but for a team that are, Arcadia, that did the same thing on the same exact bomb site, you would think they'd be more prepared for that. Arcadia, 2 times in their last half, chose to go for those very fast, catch you off guard kind of takes, and yet weren't prepared for one at all. I'd even contend that they were less prepared for it than Queens were when they were on defense. So it's a bit shocking to me, just because normally you'll see a team like that does that kind of thing be more prepared for someone who does it, for someone to do it back unto them. However, the reciprocation in that case was not anticipated, and now Queens have a round advantage. Pretty uncommon sight to see basically all series long. At basically no point did they have an advantage on Oregon as Arcadia pretty much held the dominant force across that map for most of the time that it happened. And so far on Border, it's been more back and forth, for sure, but it still felt like Arcadia were kind of in the driver's seat based on last map and based on their starts. But it feels like Queens are kind of kicking them out of the car and taking the steering wheel for themselves. They are the ones in control! And don't you dare try and rip the control away from them, or else your life will be ripped away from you as it just was from Electric.
You shouldn't lose those engagements. And Queens are just inside of the site. Disciple's gonna flick and find another one and answer, despite having a very easily accessible kill, misses all of the shots, and only then finds the kill. It's a 1v3, but what's happening? It's a 1v2 happy. Somehow, it's completely achievable.
And he has the ping, so he knows that one of them's down. He knows he's stuck in a 1 versus 2. I don't know why he's slow peeking that. His teammates should have called it out. There you go. A little bit of time wasted, but that's not really going to matter because Sunday had him dead to rights as soon as he came across the wall, or came out from the other side of the wall, rather. And that's still Queens, taking the round all the same.
Are we destined for a map 3? All Queens have to do is win one more attack, and that's where we're headed. And it's crazy to think that we've essentially seen an attacker-sided series so far, and I know that we're not at the highest levels where the statistics that we see at Pro League or NAL are going to be matching here, but the attacks haven't been pitch perfect. I just think the defenses have been lacking. There's been a lot of areas where the defense on both sides has lost focus, and they've let key positions and key angles fall to the wayside, and that's where the attack really does step up and just find themselves getting kill after kill after kill. There is no way that Queens, even in a 5v3, should have access to the site that easily, given all that we've seen from Arcadia, all the utility that was on their side. They walk in like they own the place, and it's just so surprising to see that happen after all the siege that we've seen.
Literally the round before. Like, I was talking about how many rounds earlier they did the same thing on a workshop and then they got caught off guard by it. The last round, you got pushed quickly. And then the next round, you're still not ready for that. It's like Arcadia, who were so good at adjusting on their attack, just have this set notion as to how Queens are going to attack the map, which is so strange because you'd think on your map pick you'd have a lot of experience on it. You'd be able to tell, oh, this is this kind of an attack, this is what that is, these are the different things that could happen. It seems not. It seems that Arcadia just leaving a massive, massive Achilles heel out in the wide open, kind of like a Super Mario boss where you can very obviously tell what the weak spot is. That gap being spotted every single time with repetition in the Arcadia defense. And now they are 3 for 4 on the attack Queens on a map their opponents picked into. And it's not getting any better as Disciple is on a mission this map. 13-6, and the 13th of which starts this round off well for Queens.
Just got to worry about the window. There was a drone coming into their left, somebody below them. Diffuser is going down. The Solus is gone, but Answer finding Sunday is going to take Queens off of the Diffuser. Where's the reaction from Arcadia? It seems to have none, and Queens are going to be able to get this down with essentially no contestation.
With basically nobody dead either. Still only a 4-on-4, and they're only now opening up the armory breach, and it doesn't get killed for it, but somehow the exothermic broken, nothing else done. 2 attacking kills, nothing yet for the defense. Make it 3 attacking kills in a row in the post plant. We go to map number 3 as Queens refuse to give up on their attacks on Border. An outstanding showing on the attacking side from them. And man, was that an impressive attacking half a siege.
Both maps are where we see a lot of good attacks and a lot of interesting defensive decisions. And as we go on to that third map of Clubhouse, we'll see if any changes are going to be required from Arcadia, from Queens. I think definitely so. especially on that defensive end. It's all going to come down to Clubhouse, whether or not we're going to see a team continue their undefeated streak or launch themselves into a winning scoreline. We're going to head to a quick break, and when we return, it will be Clubhouse.
I hate to stare at you through these lights, so I wait for you, wait for me, wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no, this ain't love, no, no, this is artificial. This ain't love, no, no, this ain't love, no, no, this is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real hearts. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So I'll wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just that.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Thinking, will you love me?
click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no, this ain't love, no, no, this is artificial. This ain't love, no, no, this ain't love, no, no, this is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head.
I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Times have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity.
So, we were waiting on some server issues. However, it seems like we're doing just fine. We're into the game. It's working. And for now, we will get into Clubhouse. It is a 1-1 score line in terms of total maps. This is the third map of our evening. And after a number of delays between players being funky and servers not being servers. Okay, so someone was on defense. We better not rehost for that.
We're just gonna go through.
Yeah, given how the servers are tonight, we really shouldn't rehost that.
I don't know. I mean, there's still a chance.
Disciple, please don't die on this hill, man. We want to play the game. I know, I'm sure he picked it right, but I really don't want you to die on this hill, man. We want the game to conclude.
We will figure it out when it happens. So we're just here for the ride. Happy when the third match happens, when the servers, I don't know.
And yeah, well, for now, Buck banned, Dokubi banned, Mira banned. Buck ban feels like a little bit of a target towards whoever was playing Buck. It's been a little while. I kind of forget.
Grass said
said it was a target ban to him. But yeah, I feel like a Ram would have been a more common ban. However, still, you get rid of some of that vertical play that can be used against you, and especially given the prevalence of Buck ever since the removal of vertical nades, especially if you're watching like the 6 Invitational, which I'd imagine at least a couple players in this lobby were watching, then yeah, you start to recognize how much up application Buck can have, especially on a map like this. If you're trying to flush people out of cash room, if you're trying to flush people out of the basement, really anywhere. But also, again, we're focusing on from below. There's just a lot of breakable floors out from underneath. So Buck could be very useful in particular compared to a Ram. Anyways, excuse me. I was hoping that would be resolved in the meantime. It wasn't. And so now we're here again. And we have to figure out, what do we want to do? Because the servers aren't working so well. So if we rehost, there's a chance that it doesn't really let us play the game again. But Disciple picked what Disciple picked. And that should be respected. And that's what the plan was. So it kind of feels unfair to not let them play that way, you know.
I mean, we're just gonna chill, I guess, until either we figure out if we can get the game in. I don't know. Happy, you're leaning back. Okay, hold on. I gotta lean back. I can't lean back that much because my chair, like I'm right next to a closet.
Yeah.
So
I have one of the
really
chairs one of the chairs that's just like flat on the bottom and then has like an angle there.
Yeah.
So it's just like I have two options. There is like normal and then there's like backwards. Those are the two.
Normal and backwards, my favorite.
The two are not backwards, but back. Those are the two options of depth that I have to pick from.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't are we still here? Man,
we're just we're chilling because we don't know. I guess because we don't know if we can get the game back.
Yeah, like that's the problem that we stand at. It's not an easy thing to decide. And now, like you think about it from an admin's perspective, they're all trying to figure out what they do about the servers. Now there's this specific issue that has to be addressed. That's really rough.
I think can only happen if the server is, or I guess because the game is rehosted. We don't know. We're not on a break right now. We're not going to a break, so we're just gonna. What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're going to a break. We're just told to go to a break. We're gonna go to a break. We will figure out what to do, and then we will be back at the very least to tell you that the game will be moved to another day and it won't be on stream. Hopefully, though, we'll get to watch Clubhouse. Either way, stay right here after the end of this break.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart.
Well, Queens have decided that it's not worth dying on the hill of wanting the sides to be changed. Yes, it's a little unfortunate that they were put on the wrong sides. However, currently, the server issues are quite bad. It is frankly a miracle that we have 10 people in a lobby and that the game is being played at all. Would be really unfortunate for this to just be rehosted like 2 rounds in, except we can't rehost it because the last player just can't get in the lobby. But that has not happened yet. We still have everyone here, and we're ready to play the game. Clubhouse, here we come. Map 3, here we come. Who's going to win in this very thrilling series we have had so far?
So far, attack has had the advantage, which is funny enough because Queens were wanting to go on the defense, but whoever really ends up on the attack overall does a lot better to begin with. So I think if Queens can come out and get that advantage that for some reason we've seen everybody get with their attack, despite the meta we're in, despite how there have been some persistent problems with the attack, then the world is kind of theirs to begin with. Interesting to note, Disciples by their lonesome over by this kitchen area, and with everybody else mainly on the roof, over by the con wall, essentially in a different part of the map, only now meeting up on this first floor. They do have to worry about the second floor room. There's not a lot, but you still have to make sure that you are set up to deal with them. And with Cloak backing off into construction, joining the rest of his people, maybe we'll see if he puts up a little bit of a fight.
He seems to be
Oh, that's
planning
brutal.
to the sliver. Maybe a couple pixels wide, but still saw plenty of the head of Grass Eater. More than enough to dispatch of him very first overall. And Cloak with a great start. Didn't have the Fen Mine active on that top of that staircase as it was shot before they walked up. Even still, he didn't need it. And a very good opening kill for Arcadia. Something Queens were very good at up until this round. They don't have playing to their advantage. Munchie, though, going to trade that back. Good kill onto Cloak. So only 1 kill for the Fenrir in this individual round. And now Queens positioned pretty close to the bomb site, all things considered.
Electric is kind of in a difficult position here because of the Kiva Barrier. They've isolated themselves over to the right side, but the person walking up red stairs, Munchie's just
What?
going to plant on the other side of the Kiva Barrier.
He's right there. What? What? Okay, those things happen. Sunday runs up red stairs, and he is absolutely the impact player the team needed. I believe he got 3. He at least got 2 within 5 seconds of each other that we just saw in the kill feed. Outstanding round from him to spot that gap and then take advantage of it. I was about to say, during that pusher, I wasn't about to say it, but I was thinking that it didn't feel like Queens had a ton of dimensions on that attack. You know, maybe they could go CC window, but even still, you have a player rafters to watch the run through the doorway or the breach, either way. And then on top of that, you have maybe players top red that can deal with it. You still have the player on green box that hasn't been flushed out. But every single 2 of those 3, the red stairs threat and the box threat, were dealt with by just sprinting up the red stairs. And you think about that, Fenrir could have been a great counter to that. But Cloak was playing a little too aggressive early in the round, and that's kind of the downside of not having that Fenrir later. Yes, he's very good at holding extensions and peeking off of his info. However, if he dies, he doesn't have it for later, and you are left very vulnerable from angles that you thought you were covered for. In that case, they weren't covered on red stairs, in an outstanding play by the Jackal to get 3 kills and win his team that round.
And now you go onto the basement site where vertical play is a lot more required. And so Queens, they bring the Ram, basically, no Sledge, no Buck, and the Jackal and 0 to substitute for those. Oh, the Buck is...
What?
Was it Buck?
Yes.
It was Buck who got banned?
Look at the
Oh
top
my
of the
God,
screen. It's right
think
there.
I think I like blacked out during the ban phase or something. I remembered it as. Sorry,
I talked about it for like 30
as-
whole seconds, V. It's right there. It's right at the top of the screen. You can look at it right now.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'm sorry. I'm being too critical of you.
No,
Human
it's
mistakes.
okay.
Human mistakes.
I'm mid. It's okay. I'm mid. I'm washed.
I'm mid. I'm washed fraud V Kohler on the broadcast tonight. But I mean, definitely significant to point out that they can't bring the Buck anyways, because it would have helped a ton. They're going to help a lot. However, yeah, it just broke its teammate's drone. Also, that angle of the Ram is weird. Surely you just have it go straight down the hallway and you break all of that. Instead now, someone could hypothetically play in that double door into church from the hallway, and still be all right in that position because they didn't break that. Not nobody is, but an Izami's on the board, so Akiba could be set up to try and hold the bottom of main with that sort of angle. And still, it's significant to point those things out. However, Queens, for now, still in a decent spot. They're getting the hatches open. They're not really spreading out, though. They're not conquering a lot, so it seems like their only option for now is just a pretty simple push, whether they choose to go church or armory with it.
But not a lot of options to deal with both the Kiva barriers and those Maestro camps. You might have some Habana pellets to deal with those Kiva barriers, but that's going to take time, something that's slowly dwindling down. And you can see Queen's just making a huge entry. They're able to down Electric, but it's not without a lot of sacrifice to happen with it.
Yeah, Disciples got the next kill onto Mutt. Electric still downed means that it's effectively a 4-on-3. Now finished off, it is literally a 4-on-3. Flashbangs in to deal with the Legion, but they haven't dealt with Answer quite yet. And even still, Answer able to finish, but the Legion seemingly unflashed fast enough to deal with it himself. Disciple gets 3 kills in this round. He's still alive. He'll need to get all of them to bring this back. Good flashbang, but not timing his swing well off of it. And so Taboo kills him before his screen goes white. I don't even think it ever would have. Good play at the end of the round by the Maestro, and Arcadia fires back with a defensive round win.
It's another one that kind of comes down to how you get in. It's what we saw on the Oregon attack, where overall there weren't a lot of options that Arcadia gave Queens. Oh my goodness, staring into the ring light for like 3 hours starts to do something to you.
I feel that.
Where Arcadia, they didn't run many roamers overall. The vertical play didn't really reward much fruit. So if you can get something when it comes to, let's say, main, dirt, blue, you can work from there. But Queens went in so many different directions. They entered from so many different areas and weren't able to get a confident hold on anything because, well, they did, but they would also lose somebody in another area, making it so that their pinch, which is what you usually want on something like a Clubhouse defense, really difficult to actually get done. So instead, you just have players like Disciple behind those AK racks or by dirt doing a lot themselves, when a lot of times on a Clubhouse attack, you want somebody over in blue or somebody over in main to help you get that pinch done.
Yeah, they've kind of been doing that a lot today, haven't they? Sort of earlier on, there was an attack of upstairs that round reminds me a lot of, with the 2 players big window and the 2 players going into games. You want everyone, at least most of your team, you can have somebody lurking, maybe 2 if you got a lot of people alive. But everyone should be focused on trying to do something that will help the overall push. If you have half your team doing one thing and half your team doing another thing, it's not really going to get you anywhere. And in that case, they did decent, but in the end, you lose 1 too many players in the wrong spots, and the whole push falls apart. This round, though, they seem to have a general idea of what they want to get done. They're not really focusing too heavily on anything near garage. They'd like to end in a similar fashion to how they ended last round. Cloak, be aware! You gotta be ready for Sunday to be there with how that drone was. He overextends way too far, and your Fenrir is dead really early again this round. We saw the impact it had last round. This time, he's dead without even getting a kill to show for it.
Sometimes you just get antsy. You get tunnel vision and you get punished for it. A lot of flashbangs coming Mutt's way, but nobody actually pushes off of that. Frag grenade is gonna connect. You can't squirm quick enough to get anything done. And now Sunday spotted on the bulletproof camera. But Arcadia, every opportunity slowly slips out of their grasp. But here's a perfect one. Electric's able to strike. Can they shut down the diffuser?
Oh my gosh. The Thorn Mine that was there, the Razor Bloom shells, able to get the kill on a Munchie, and it didn't activate until he started to get the plant down, and he didn't react until it was too late. Great kills across the board from Arcadia that bring it back. There was still 1 in the picture for Queens, so we're still only at a 2-on-2. And now Queens really need to reset. Good info being gathered by the Zero Cams, but there's no way he's been missed.
It's a massive
There's
missed
no
round.
way he's been missed. Grass Eater gets one, but Answer is able to answer back in immediate fashion. Now Grass Eater knows to expect him on top red, throwing out the EMPs to try and deal with any Razor Blooms or anything of the like that may get in his way on his attempted entry. But instead of doing that, instead of making the entry happen right now, he's going to take his time and drone things out. Seems to have a sneaking suspicion as to where Answer is. And he's looking at the perfect angle. He has the drone with the live ping info for him, so he knows he can jump in through garage. 15 seconds left. He still has that live information. He can get the info when he swings around. Instead, he chooses to take the initiative on the gunfight. He's caught by the Fen rear, but that's not going to matter. As Answer, the solution to all of your problems in the one-on-one. And Queens continue to see attacking success into map number 3.
Thus, this benefits Arcadia as well. It's just the type of meta. I know that this entire thing seems to be opposite day, where the attackers are struggling with the defense being emboldened. But in this match between Queens and Arcadia, attack is just it right now. And Queens winning CC that closely, it's one round. And one round, you're able to stay away from your opponent, get that lead, go on to gym bedroom, and force them to reevaluate what they want to do with their future positions. Because after this, I don't believe you can go back down to basement right after, but even if you can, it puts Arcadia in a difficult position if they lose this, because even if you only win one site, that's only 2 rounds. And as a defense, that is pitiful.
Yeah, that really is rough. 4-2 half is like the typical defender half, and especially, as you had said, given this meta, it kind of feels like more of a necessity than anything. But on club specifically, you need to get at least the 4-2. People will say like, oh, we got our 2, we're fine. I played Staff Hub with a Pro League analyst, and we won 2 rounds, and he was like, oh, we're good, don't worry about it. And it wasn't the best half in the world, but like, you know, it's just kind of all that you need. You feel like you're much more confident on the defensive side, but it doesn't feel like Arcadia had that confidence. And that which they do have is getting completely nullified early on in these rounds because Queen are so good at finding early kills. And yes, as good as Arcadia are at exploiting them for maybe their mishaps late in the rounds, you can't keep relying on that. And you can't keep losing these early gunfights. Sunday, able to win the opener this round onto Mutt, who is now 0-4. Taboo still sitting inside Cash. For some reason, hasn't given this up yet. Has some help from Electric, and he swings so wide. And here it is again. Queens open the round so strong, only to get come back on immediately thereafter. Advantage now to the defense. That, though, dealt with quickly by Grass Eater as we're back into a 2-on-2.
Did Taboo make the long trip? Yes, he did. Okay, I was worried he was going to be stuck in Cash for forever. But Taboo really is the difference maker here, because that 2-piece completely changes the entire flow of the round. Otherwise, Queens would probably have this. And now Diffuser isn't in their pockets. They've got to make a decision on where they want to entry, because you can see with Sunday not wanting to go towards Con. Maybe we'll have one player go to Con, one player go to Logi, so that there maybe is a little bit more map covered. But there's just so many question marks here. Taboo is, you know, it has to have a little fun zapping. You're not going to get the greatest of information, but also losing that information doesn't really help you at all. And with a minute left, now we start to see Queens make some decisions that will either benefit them or really curse them once we get to those single digits.
Still 2-on-2 after the outstanding play from Taboo. Great timing on that reaggression and really just making the correct play. You lose too many fights early in that kind of a spot, you either need to give it up or, which would probably, what you probably need to do, what is a more dire option, is get aggressive the same way Taboo did, and it really works out in this case, because for some reason Queens just never expected. They've been doing this for a couple rounds in a row now, but Grass Eater is going to take down Answer. That leaves just Taboo, and one of his Maestro cams has been completely annihilated by the breaching round. Gets info from one of the Razor Blooms, but he's currently just dead set on watching this angle. Yeah, how are you not ready for bathroom? He lines up 2 people who didn't even look in the right zip code for him, and Taboo with a 4K to keep his team in the picture.
Anytime I feel like I start to compliment a team, I just pull something wacky.
I don't know.
Completely out of the blue that just doesn't feel like it should happen. Because you let that lapse happen where no one even checks bathroom? Like, Sunday doesn't peek over there right before
Sunday
the
had a couple of
crossout?
drones, too. Like, they should have known that.
It starts off so well with the roam clear onto the player on red. Like, pitch perfect. That's exactly how you
It was a
want
great
the clear
shot,
to go.
too.
Exactly. It's all you can really ask from a team, even at the highest level. Something like that just works, and it works for a reason. But then it's like you regress in the exact same round, and all the things that you've worked on as a player, as a team, fall, and they don't matter, and it's frustrating to watch.
They're at their best, Queens, when they've got their droners droning and then they've got their entries entrying. And then when that can't happen, it feels like they take a couple steps back. Disciple's been great. Sunday's been great. They've both been playing really well off of info. Grass Eater has been reliable in 1vx situations. He's the one of the non-entries who you have consistently been able to rely on to get things done when he needs to, as he was able to, you know, make things happen at the right time. But regardless, Queens still come into this round with their droners droning and their entries doing the entrying. And again, this is where they are at their peak in terms of effectiveness, in terms of when they get stuff done. Getting a pretty quick roam clear done, all things considered. They're all moving in at once, making sure they're a cohesive unit, at least there to get the trades if they need it, but they haven't really been needing it. What they've been needing is to be ready for re-aggression from Arcadia, because once you get those couple opening kills, the rest of the team isn't just gonna let you kill them. You got to be ready for more, and it feels like after that first or second wave of frags that they find, they're not ready for that. Not quite sure why that is.
Now you're getting the ram. God, it does bug me, doesn't it? Like, just make it straight, please. It's like it is the perfect gadget for getting that straight line. It's like it was made for this hallway, and it doesn't happen, and it just annoys the ever-loving crap out of me. Granted, it still gets done. Like, you still get these crucial areas, like, you know, the church, the long hallway. Those are taken care of. But just like the last time we saw Queen's attack, they weren't able to get anything off of this, and that's what really killed them in the end. And I worry that we're going to see the exact same thing. Time is starting to drip down, and the longer Queens take to get these hatches open, to drone out, they're going to get punished for it. And we could see the exact same results as before.
For now, Queens seemingly trying to focus, at least partly, on some kind of Moto Church execute. They don't have the main wall open. That's going to be really difficult, because it means you basically have to walk in a cloak, and the angle's engineered in such a way that you walk so far forward to try and challenge him if he's not swinging you off that Kiba, and Answer can deal with you on your walk forward. Answer exposing himself very thoroughly, but no one ready for that aggressive play. Yet again, Queens not at all prepared for any aggression from the attackers, and Answer continues to get it done. Case on the ground, picked back up though, but Disciple has 10 seconds and 3 opponents to deal with. He's somehow allowed to get a plant down for now, because he did it early enough so that they weren't 100% sure that he wouldn't hop right off of it, but now he's stuck behind the bar. Flashbang out to try and cover his escape, but instead he's just flashed himself, and things only getting worse and worse for him until they've eventually come to a crippling end, and Taboo will take the kill, the defuse to boot, and Arcadia, in spite of how rough they looked through those first 3 rounds, may yet be able to reach 4 on defense.
I mean, did I not call it earlier? That we're seeing almost the exact same type of attack from Queens not getting any entries, taking the exact same amount of time, doing the exact same amount of thing, the exact same result. Arcadia win their defense, and even this one, it's a lot cleaner. I think the last fight with Disciple may have been ugly, but a 3v1 is where you want to be as a team, as a defense, and we see that from Arcadia. Now going back to CC, this is potentially going to be a challenge for Queens. Ideally, Electric plays on those rafters. You have control of the red stairs, and Queens aren't going to be allowed to do the previous roam clear that they had. Everything is set up for Arcadia, given that they won basement. But I've said that so much tonight, where it's like, on paper, this will go this way. And it's...
Throw the paper out.
It's just not. I like relying
paper
on
out.
I like relying on the paper.
Yes, but the paper has been drawing us in the wrong direction many times. And honestly, since I've thrown the paper out, I've been having a lot more fun with this game because it's just kind of embracing the chaos of you can't tell what's going to happen. Because consistently, teams trying to do a lot, getting very aggressive, is being rewarded. Because somehow none of these teams are ever ready for aggressive plays like that. They're not setting people up to watch angles from which defenders could really get aggressive. They're kind of just setting up what they anticipate, and, you know. So, about throwing the paper out, I feel like that's the epitome of, you know, yeah, Munchie almost dies falling off a roof as Thermite. That would have been really rough. Instead, you know, still up and will be able to get the wall open. So, that's a nice relief. And it was able to live long enough. Okay.
Maybe it's the same if your Thermite did die.
I didn't realize that activated that quickly. I thought for sure he had
I think it was literally like milliseconds. So.
Oh, yeah.
It was very, very close, and I couldn't tell if it was a while. But now Munchie's having to open the con wall. The main double wall is just kind of left by the wayside, given to Rot. Disciple does have the X-Kairos given to open that wall, but with a Kaid in play, at this point you're either going to have to go underneath to destroy, which is still an option given the amount of time, or completely change the attack, and it seems that they're going for the latter. Going through construction. Are they aware of Electric walking through Logi, or at least over by the bedroom? I can't say for certain, because nobody looked this way, nor Jerome.
I can. They're not. 2 kills, though, for the attack. 3 kills, 4 kills. It doesn't matter if they're not ready for him. He has to kill everybody and is now reserved to a very small doorway to get himself back into the site. Electric gets absolutely LeBron no-helped and is now stuck in a nigh unwinnable situation made impossible by Disciple putting his round to bed. Good attempt by the Azami, but off-screen, all of his teammates die. And Arcadia only able to get to 3 defensive rounds.
I really cannot just bet on anything at this point.
I think the funniest thing is that we didn't get to see anyone die,
We
so like we
didn't,
have no idea what
Because
happened.
ideally, like, that flank from
Oh yeah, no,
Logi
we
and
were
bedroom.
watching the most important thing.
Yeah.
Our lovely observer Griffin still did an outstanding job. I
but
just wasn't expecting everyone to die that fast.
nobody was. Arcadia just could not hold their own. It just went so well. I think that's just part of the tier that we're at, I guess. Which I don't like saying that, but I feel like it's kind of true. Like, you're not going to get this much chaos and unknowingness about the attack and the defense unless you are at an uncertain lower tier.
That's what makes it fun. We're thinking too much about, you know, oh, this is what would happen here 10 times out of 10. It's fun. That isn't actually happening. I know it makes your job harder, but it makes it easy for me to get excited and yell at the silly video game because that's what I'm supposed to do tonight. And, well, I've been having a great time. Again, I don't know if you have been, because you have to analyze this, and breaking this down has got to be pretty tough. As I've also been trying to, and it has been definitely tough. But we finally see something that we've seen a lot today and that we know is a constant. Taboo is a pretty good shield player. has been doing a lot for his teams. He had a very, very funny clutch on Oregon in that last round of that map, trying to win it out for his team. In that case, the Tuberal Bandit combination might be enough to stop both Selmas on the main wall. Meanwhile, if those don't go off, that could be very, very threatening. Oh, but the perfect timing on the Thatcher, and that's going to be enough to get them off anyways. Cloak has been downed inside of Garage, though. A kill from a Claymore as Sunday tries to run out somewhere. Good timing on the Monty, but no, actually, bad timing, and he didn't really shoot that much. Babrielle, though, downed afterwards. One done on both sides. 4v3, basically 3v2. Now actually 3v2.
As the chaos stops, finally. I think almost halfway through the round. I say that. Electric dies, and Mungie's in a great spot over by Oil. Having the advantage, you can take this little flank given that it's a 2v2 on site, but definitely spotted, as you can see with that Z-ping, going the way up secret, and committing to staying in lounge watching the stairs. They can for certainly do that. Just fire away. It is Queens getting themselves that lead and making Arcadia pay for not getting anything done on their defensive end.
Off to an advantage. You're one round into your defensive half. You just came off of a pretty solid site, yet you can still go down to basement, and you're already around in the advantage. This is a great start for Queens, to say the least. A little bit of a rough one from Arcadia. The communication was solid, but a couple misplays between the Monty Shield play not necessarily going as flawlessly as it could have. It definitely didn't go off without a hitch, and then it didn't really go off at all by the end of things. A lot of downed players all across the board, and it just generally felt like Arcadia maybe trying to do a little too much, a little too quickly, that they didn't necessarily have to do. Because if you think about it, you establish some control of lounge so you don't have to deal with the vert being used against you late in that round. There wasn't really too much resistance in trying to deal with that. You can take your time dealing with the players on rafters, or dealing with the players that are, or I guess dealing with the main wall is a better way to put it, because that was all they really did. They just tried to get Garage main wall and then get an executed from there. And then all you have to do is make sure nobody's downstairs. Yet they tried to do that a little too quickly, and it kind of showed that there was a little bit of sloppy execution that maybe could have been helped by just slowing it down just a little bit and taking a little bit of time to play off your teammates.
Time is nice. But it's hard to balance time in a way that you don't abuse the fact that you have time, because eventually it'll turn against you. And we see that with a lot of teams. We've seen that from Queens on their basement attack, where they get down to around 30 seconds and they're left fumbling. Mutt dies from Disciple. And was that a spawn peak up on that third floor? Crazy that you throw your smoke. I believe that would be that stairway window. And losing your ram makes this defense a lot harder. It's not the worst thing in the world, because Answer on the sledge, you still have an option for wrecking that floor and opening it up, but it's just going to take a lot more. And with the Valkyrie and the ton of C4s, you have to be so careful about treading upon this floor, because one C4 and your attack just might be over with the press of a button here.
Button pressed, attack is still not over. Pretty good start for Arcadia, all things considered. A gas canister used on that as well. I really don't like that decision. You're burning a lot of util early, or 1/3 of your util relatively early, and you're not really gaining too much out of that. Disciple doing all this just to lose more HP than his opponents and burn a gas canister much earlier than you would have ideally done so. However, they're still at a man advantage, so you can't really complain about the state of the round for Queens. This is still not a very good start for Arcadia, who by the looks of things just want to drop the hatch with the Osa shield and then try and get a plant down. However, very good defensive setup to deal with that. Still impacts on the board, still a C4, and still some gas canisters.
And Cloak over in Dirt could get a great angle on Munchie, especially because you can tell that they haven't been spotted. And the drone just slowly working its way in, spotting the player over by the AK racks. Now there's a little bit of paranoia on the side of Munchie as they've given up searching for the drone. It ends up back over by the Dirt. Now Munchie fully realizes, as the door has been popped, Both angles being covered by that defense. Where is Arcadia's in? Is it going to be the cap doubles? Is it going to be Electric and Blue? And that's where it seems to happen.
Huge play from him. He comes through Blue and gets 2 for it. Not quite securing the second, but that's still a pretty solid start. Munchie is trying to cross over to his teammate on the box, but it isn't really going to work out too well. Disciple, though, that very teammate on that very box, is going to get a kill to avenge his teammate. Cloak almost dies running through his own fire and his opponent's gas, but he's able to get through, able to pick that case back up, and he could definitely use Blue to his own advantage, but Answer from behind is able to get a double kill, and Arcadia split their last 2 players up pretty far apart, but it works. No one expects the sledge in Moto, and nobody expected Arcadia to even us back out after 8.
It goes back to not knowing how it's all gonna fare out, because there's nothing that truly indicates, okay, the attack is going to win this, because it felt like the defense had such a good hold on the actual site itself. Taking Electric just completely throws everything into chaos, not even worrying about a player in Blue, because you have the player over in AC, is acceptable. It makes sense, and the fact that the player kind of lets go watching that angle, I don't want to say that they're to blame for the round, but Electric seems like they won it because they were able to take out the player behind AK, take out the player behind AC, which opened up that entry from Dirt, where Cloak was able to run in, grab the diffuser, put it down, and then it left up to those other players. It's always a thing where it comes down to one minor decision that can be made within the round, and it's why every player needs to be aware of what's happening, because they have a goal that needs to be completed, needs to be continually refreshed, because they have a powerful point within the round that they need to complete.
Going back down to the basement are Queens, looking to make sure that, well, they can remedy the issues from the round prior. There are definitely plenty of things they could quite easily fix. Don't burn a gas canister that early. Don't burn another C4 that early. Save that for when they start to make their entries. And when you're pretty far away, you can kind of easily guess where they're going. Maybe another thing is don't give them too many opportunities too quickly. That's something Disciple and Sunday are currently doing, but it's an opportunity that Sunday will seize himself, not really giving a chance over to Answer. And now, one of your 2 Vert players and a big piece in winning last round is dead already. That's the 2nd time in a row on this objective that you've started things off resoundingly in your own favor. Good trade back, though, by Cloak. Before things get too bad, they're able to kill the Cade, and things still, again, not too bad for Arcadia.
You lost the Ram before, you lose the Sledge. And for one, you trade ease, and the other one, you trade precision. Disciple is in such a good angle. Don't want to push too aggressively, knowing that they could be caught out, but now they definitely have been spotted. Not going to take the risk. Hopping back on down, getting fully healed on up. And are they just going to head straight back up in the lounge?
Yeah.
Committed. They're committed.
Because why wouldn't you, honestly? Give me one good reason why you wouldn't just walk back up. Yeah, exactly. So that's I could get kills. If I'm in Blue, it'll take me longer to get kills. I want kills now. I don't want kills later. Anyways, a minute still to go. And speaking of later, we've gone much later in the round and still not too much dealt with by Arcadia. They're only just now opening that Moto hatch. But that is a big overextension, a huge mistake from Babrielle. And that's going to make it a lot easier for this attack, though Disciples on a flank, and if there's one thing nobody's been ready for all day, it's flanks. But they're able to turn on that one before anybody dies. Electric critically low, but still alive. They think Disciple's fallen back off, though. He hasn't quite yet. Still sitting inside of Lounge. He's waiting for the proper time to activate. And that's not a terrible play, because that has the potential to get multiple kills. People in any of these positions on the site really don't have that same kind of potential, and it's time for Disciple to activate. He's going to throw the attack for a loop, and he's actually just going to run away. He got his. He wants to go back to the objective, and he wants to do it now. Arcadia still aren't aware that he has no opportunities to kill them upstairs anymore. They're dropping the hatch. The gas is in the picture. Tebu needs to start getting this plant down, but the player from AKs will kill him. Matt got his, but he didn't get his team the round. That goes to Queens in resoundingly dominant fashion.
One player can make a difference. All the way back into the pre-show, before anything happened, I talked about how one player can make the difference, and Disciple was that player. Not only that they annoy a lot of those attackers over in stock and then make the rotate back up and eventually find a kill. They got that smoke canister off, forcing the player off of the diffuser. And at that point, time was the attack's worst enemy. Something that I mentioned, how you cannot abuse the fact that sometimes you are gifted so much time to work with, and Arcadia simply did not acknowledge the fact that they were utilizing their time poorly and came back to bite them, and now they're going to have to attack this CCTV site. They bring out the Monty, bring out the Capitao, which a lot of times indicates that they're going to go for a rafters push, where you can throw the Monty on the stairs, you know, maybe drain out some of the ADSs with flashbangs, ash nades, and then fireball up top. Get a little bit of a pinch with the Monty to force these players into the uncomfortable positions where eventually they can die. Once you have Raptors, you have great control over the site. That's the idea, however.
If there's one thing we've learned today, it's that these two teams, when it comes to the ideas and the execution, there is a big gap. And a lot of that gap consists of players like Disciple stepping in and making all the difference. I haven't been tracking opening kills, I will be totally honest. But if I was, I'd be willing to bet that on this map, at least guaranteed at least 6 of them, I'd probably guess more like 7 or 8 of them, have gone in favor of Queens. They have been consistently threats earlier than everybody on Arcadia. And it hasn't been just one guy. Sometimes it's Disciple getting active really early. A lot of times on attack, it was Sunday on Ash doing a great job on his entry picks. So overall, a masterclass at making it happen first on both sides of the map, attack and defense. Now Taboo needs to find some kind of impact here up on Rafters.
You still have the Monty there.
Oh my
Finding that
gosh.
kill there means you can focus a lot more on the Monty, of which Sunday on the bottom can find the headshot. The connection was simply not there. Didn't unsheath in time to make it so that Azami had to focus on you. Instead, you could worry about the player over in the doorway. Disciple hit him with the pistol. It's a flawless round for Queens, and they are 1 round away from ending tonight with a W.
This guy has been on another level tonight. That's 16 for him across this map, and he's been looking solid from the start. If there was anybody you wanted to point, or 15, my mistake, I saw the 13 after he had gotten the spawn peak last round, and just added the spawn peak on top of that, even though it didn't have to be added. Anyways, still, 3.0 KD with 3 assists to boot. You have to look towards somebody on that Queens roster. You look towards Disciple. It's as simple as that. He's been doing an outstanding job. And at a certain point, it's just Arcadia wondering what can they do when he's floating. Because he has absolutely been so. The one round that they actually managed to win, they found a fight onto Disciple, won that, and then still had a little bit of extra time to work with. He's been the anchor. He's been not even like the anchor in terms of staying on site, because he hasn't been doing that an awful lot. But he's kind of been what keeps Queens in it, even in situations where they probably shouldn't be. And in situations where they're in good spots, he is the one who excels beyond everybody else. Sunday had a great attacking half. He's slowed down a little bit. Everybody else on the team negative, but Disciple is continuing to step up. I don't want to chalk their team performance up to just him, because he's been having some wonderful support, some great droning on the defensive side. He undoubtedly has great droning on the attacking side. He undoubtedly has great info to work with on the defensive side, but still, he just looked I'm very impressed by his individual skill after watching tonight. I feel like he's got a bright future if he chooses to take it.
And in these quote-unquote lower tiers, I've been told that sometimes you see the game as like a 1v9. And it's about proving yourself, and all of the players that can prove that they are good players get put together on a team, and that's kind of what makes these greater players. It's how you kind of work your way up through the ranks. You focus on yourself, which sounds selfish in a way, but when you are in, let's say T4, a lot of times you aren't going to have a consistent team over and over again, which isn't the same as collegiate. Absolutely not. Collegiate, most of the time, you go to school with these players, you hang around these players in real life, and so they might actually be friends. Grass Eater ends up walking away right before a player walks into their line of sight. Or could have been, but at least you don't end up with a body in the ground.
That's a very good start for Arcadia. We're 30 seconds in, and nobody has died yet.
Woo!
Progress, people. Progress. We are making progress. And in this case, when Arcadia are able to get comfortable, they've been doing a lot better. That goes without saying, but still. Arcadia able to get comfortable, in this case, towards the jacuzzi wall. They've started to reach that open with the Selmas. Thatcher grenade to help, and well, things look pretty comfortable for this attack for the time being. It is very much a more anchor-heavy setup from the Queen's defense, which isn't normally where they thrive. They're kind of letting Queens play their game, and now establishing that crossfire, that cutoff inside of construction, is going to be big, especially once they drone through and recognize that no one's currently inside of cash or construction. This is a very open to take half of the map. But we've seen this happen before. Arcadia, it's just phantom pressure. But they act like they're dealing with full roam clears, and they take a lot of time to deal with roamers that aren't necessarily there.
Munchie has a good angle as well. And if Arcadia takes this at a very slow pace, it'd be perfect. Okay, the drone has spotted them now. So Taboo should face Munchie, and the opportunity of getting a sneaky little angle kill onto the Monty falls away. Time continues ticking down. Arcadia has yet to walk into construction. Haven't taken control of Logi. Haven't opened up the hot tub wall. They are going to have to barrel themselves into the site. With a Monty, you are going to be able to create a good distraction to draw their fire, but I haven't seen enough of Taboo doing that and Arcadia getting kills alongside him. That's a great way to change my mind. Finding a kill your own. Logi has been taken for Arcadia, and this is the perfect opportunity for them.
Continued advantage to Arcadia. They're only going to get better from here. At least they only have been. However, Munchie and Babrielle, I was talking about how much they've been kind of supporting, but they're not necessarily showing up in the kills department. This would be the perfect time to do so. Taboo taken to about half of his HP left, but that means they've identified Munchie very far from his teammates. He can be isolated. The diffuser's on the ground, but Babrielle is going to be dealt with right after, and Munchie's so far away. He doesn't have his C4 left either, so he can't play from below, and he can't walk up the staircase, or else he'll die to cloak. We reach max regulation on the final map of the series, and how fitting an end it is for such a close series thus far.
It's another opportunity where one individual player makes the big difference. Taboo, a lot of times Montaigne isn't used as a player to entry, but in that specific instance, Taboo does. And it works. When 90% of the time, it shouldn't, but it gives Arcadia another round. And I don't think anybody on this team is complaining at all to get another shot at potentially taking this thing to overtime, winning the entire map, because it would really seem to go this far, win that first map, and just barely miss out on winning the entire thing. But it's going to have to come through a basement attack, something that the attack, as a side in general, whether you're Queens or Arcadia, has struggled with overall.
And attack looked so good coming into this map. At the start of it, Queens up 2-1 on their attacks. Arcadia have gotten 2 attacking rounds. Normally, you're starting on the attacking side. You're thinking, okay, this is all right. We got our 2. Ironically, they were supposed to start on the attacking side, but Queens end up starting there instead. And, you know, due to the server issues tonight, we choose not to rehost. And as a result, Queens actually start off at a pretty good advantage. I would say going 3-3 on your attacking half to start is much better than starting with a 4-2 defensive half, because that's just a basic half, you know? Or 3-3, depending on how they do in this round. It's not starting so well for them as there's live info on where Disciple is. He's trying to skirt away, and somehow he's allowed to. Taboo, so good in last round, but just barely not proactive enough at the start of this one. He lets the 2 Baral get away, and with how good Disciple has been, I hope that's not going to be a mistake that bites him in the butt later.
You know, we've seen a lot of attention on like C4ing these areas, taking a lot of attention to make sure that the attack can't easily get access. But with one C4 used, Disciple's gonna have an angle. It doesn't really get anything. 1 of 3 C4s being utilized means that there is still a lot of potential for that post-plant situation, and the Zoto canisters can be used to drain that time, which just makes the C4s even more emboldened. Let me see if Disciple will just zap that. That's the whole reason why you see like 2x Kairos used, is because you only need 4. You've got 18 of them. You can just continually cycle them, even if they get destroyed. Overall, it's just a time sink for Arcadia.
Yeah.
And at this stage in the game, can they afford that?
Queens, I like what I'm seeing from Munchie in Dirt. He's getting proactive. He's actively holding that control. Because Dirt's something that Arcadia have typically used quite frequently to their own advantage. And given that it looks like they're going to go for a Church Execute, because that's the only hatch they could manage to get open, that hatch inside of Moto, they're going to need some kind of lurk play to come through, but both of these are being accounted for. You've got a player in Oil Pit watching for the walk down secret, and you've got a player in Dirt watching for the walk in Dirt. Neither one of those will be able to be used effectively. However, Cloak might be able to break through with these Candelas, and Answer might be able to just frag his way through his problems, as that's the opener. That's a huge kill for the Sledge. 30 seconds to go. Mutt's been knocked down by something. I believe a Frostmat. Flashes go down, but you're facing a Warden. You're not going to save yourself in that situation with a flashbang. But the Warden couldn't save himself from the flank. Mutt on another lurk play is able to get the kill. Disciple's looking at the wrong side, but he's still able to get the next frag. But Taboo getting the plant down at the moment. Munchie needs to start to activate, but he's way too passive, and now he's way too alone. Cloak's killed his teammate, and it's only left to the Jaeger. He's 5-7 on the game. If he closes it here, he'll go positive, and his team will win. He starts it with that, missing a couple of the next shots, though, and not looking in the right spots. Cloak gets the final kill of the round, and we go to overtime.
We're here. 2 rounds. Arcadia gets a second chance to potentially take this entire thing home. Their attacks hit the mark when they need it to. There's one area that Queens are gonna start where the attack failed to even get off the ground in specific instances. Cache CCTV, the Monty Capital combo once again being utilized, and we have seen how Queens defense rips it apart, because I kind of criticized Taboo's Monty, saying that, you know, the whole point of a Monty is that you take your opponent's attention away from the player that they want to be looking at, because, you know, you can't deal with 2 things at once when he is directly in your face about to shoot you. We didn't see much of that from Taboo on CCTV, but Taboo did that on Jim when they essentially entry'd for the entire team. But simply how Raptors is created, you're not going to be allowed to do something like that with the Keeper barriers in play, with the ADSs that are in play as well. So Arcadia need to shift some things around, because clearly it did not work with the flawless round that was there prior.
Well, Queens finally get their chance to start on the defensive side. Just happened in overtime, which honestly maybe they're not too disappointed about that. I think it's safe to say that that was not at all what caused this. As you go 50-50 both halves, it's pretty clear that in overtime, it should still be a slight defensive favor because you get to choose the sites you're better on, but it hasn't even really felt like the sites have made too much of a difference. These attackers are able to win any attack on any site whenever they so choose. But typically the big decider of it is that opening kill. Queens have been so good at finding openers consistently. They haven't found one quite yet, and Taboo is already working his way into Garage. This is a strategy that hasn't quite worked so well for them in the past rounds they've tried it, being adjusted for here by Munchie as well. But Queens, again, still haven't killed anybody quite yet. Oh, he's barely got up the stairs.
I think it's good patience from Munchie. Because there's nothing saying that has to pull the trick. Because I don't think that Arcadia know that the Jaeger is even there. And as long as Babrielle is still on the rafters, they're still having a player provide that defensive pressure. But Babrielle is gone. Tapu once again being that entry, and Munchie can't hit the shots. And now Arcadia, they're given Raptors. They are given 2 extra kills, now 3. And Arcadia, what failed before, seems to be succeeding in spades.
C4 from Sunday is not going to do the trick. Good timing from Taboo, and good job moving a shield into the right direction. They get the concussions on a Sunday just so he's thrown off even more, but they're not really trying to get the kill. They're just trying to slow him down. Disciple gets aggressive. It's his time to activate, but he doesn't know about the red stairs player and the pistol. In this case, not enough. Sunday gets one, almost give it a second, actually is give it a second, and one's knocked down, so give him a second. Let him take his time, but Answer doesn't do just that. Too quick of a swing from the Bandit, capitalized on by the Sledge. Arcadia around to the good.
They've been just on a roll. And even Disciple cannot stop that roaring train that's been going down these tracks. Can they finish the job? All the way since map 1, which was 3 hours ago, Queens have struggled to finish the job. And are they gonna, is that going to actually be realized within the entire match themselves? And Arcadia completing what would be a fairly good comeback given how momentum has been spiraling in the way of Queens ever since map 2, honestly. And Queens have been rolling their own way forward, making it seem like they are in control despite their initial losses from time to time. It's going to be defense. Sight that we have seen Queens try to do the same thing over and over and over again, and it's failed multiple times, but they have to succeed to get one more shot.
5 seconds to go.
Well, give them a try. Let them take their chance. No reason not to. Queens had a pretty solid attacking half, but like you said, this was far from their best attacking site when it comes to how productive they were in getting things done. They were normally very good at clearing some of the roams that Arcadia would go for and finding those entry picks on players that are far out, using their superior intel and really solid entries from Sunday and Disciple. However, in this case, there is no roam to speak of. They even brought the Jackal to try and deal with the roam. They have some zero cameras for live intel. Normally, those are good for flank watch. There isn't necessarily a ton of application for those anymore. There is still the possibility of secret or oil pit or something like that. But the whole map is clear. This does mean, though, that Queens are able to take a lot of control very quickly, and they've kind of reached their flow state in that. Even though they haven't attacked in quite some time, they're still as productive as ever when it comes to getting the control quickly and starting to put pressure on the defense as fast as they can. Impact tricking on the kitchen hatch is going to be very helpful for Taboo, and that's going to be even more so. An opening kill for Grass Eater, but no! Electric's killed his teammate, and it's still an advantage to Queens.
Not now. It's such a pivotal point. If you can have players hold these angles, think it's not over. The fact that you're still going to be able to look through these smokes, you're still going to fire off lasers, and with surrogate gates, goo mines, Kiva barriers, it's not all over. one thing that Arcadia always had was time.
Oh my
And
gosh.
Electric in such a
is
good
great.
position. I don't think he's been spotted. Despite the fact that players are holding this angle, it seems like Electric is just in such a great place that if either of these two players
gosh.
walk forward, especially together, I think Queens as a team might be done for the night.
They haven't been checking these kinds of plays all night. They've been completely unaware of the re-aggresses attempted by Arcadia, and it might be that very thing from Electric that's able to win them this map and end them this series. Electric, absolutely so, living up to his namesake in the final round of the game, or at least what should be. It will be if Gabriel can't actually make something happen. He has got the first, though. So that's made things a little better for the time being. Walking straight up the middle of the hallway. This likely not expected. Has some info as well, but they're ready for him. You gotta be ready for the AK's angle. He is not. They weren't ready for Electric. They weren't ready for Mutt. And they were not ready for the Arcadia squad that came through in overtime. AU wins it after an OT map 3. A very long night. And it ends in good fashion for the Knights.
Tech issues, server issues. It has been a very long night. Happy we finally come to the conclusion. Arcadia, they're able to wrestle that third map away, make that second map essentially irrelevant. And now they are going to continue on their streak. They are going to be undefeated. And that really does make themselves look good going on to these potential final weeks if they can continue going undefeated, put themselves at the top of the standings of their division, and potentially fight for the title.
Well, it has. I think you put it quite well. It's been a pretty long one. I said that too. We do have another game yet to go, though. So, if that interests you, please do stick around. That's Windsor versus Western that will be coming up right after this break. We don't want to keep the teams waiting any longer. It'll probably be pretty quick, so stay right here.
Baby.
when I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching along, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reap me for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC, bringing back more R6 action, following up after the first great series of the day that went a little bit longer than expected, starting the second game here a little later than anticipated, but still better late than never, they say. My name's Infernosis, joined here by a new face, aka Sirius. How you doing today?
I'm very tired. I hope for both of these teams that this is a very short series because, I mean, like you said, it has been very long. We've already gone 4 hours, I want to say, for the official stream time. So this is going to be a very long night for both of us. I have a feeling about this.
Well, you know, a long night, still a night nonetheless. The day moves on, it keeps on rolling. As we point out, there was the first game here of the day, Q Gales versus Arcadia University, and a 2-1 in favor of Arcadia University. Obviously a great broadcast put on by Happy and VAK Light Rose, but this one as well, we're hoping to be another great broadcast. These are two teams that are coming this one with not the best record stepping up to the plate. A 1-1 team facing off against a team that has yet to even take a win so far here in the champion side. So they're going to have to try to step away here. Maybe you can get a positive record and go 2-1 heading into next week, or maybe you can get your first win docketed in the board. Just something to get your team started.
I mean, yeah, because, I mean, Western Mustangs, I mean, started off with a great win against UFT and then had to forfeit their next matchup. So that first loss isn't exactly their own fault. I mean, outside of extraneous circumstances. And then, like you said, the University of UWin Esports has just not really been able to find any sort of success. I mean, their best kind of record so far was an overtime loss 6-8 on Cafe against UFT. So again, just another one where it's like, okay, well, what can you really do? They just need to find some sort of success and just kind of need to find the rhythm to get into the game and find that way to get that win under their belts.
For the roster, we see here for UWin Esports, Canadian No Name Sonic, Sexy Dark Phantom EK, Helkerbex, I think is the way it's pronounced, in Minsk, which is a great reference to a Baldur's Gate 3 character, if that's what that's happening to go down for. Like you've said, trials and tribulations of the other teams coming into this one, and UWin Esports is the team that's kind of faced more tribulations than any successful trials up to this point. And you mentioned UFT for Western Mustangs and their victory that they managed to take in OT, well, in a third map series, I guess I should say. It also required 3 maps at a UWin Esports, but they just couldn't close out that final map, falling 3-7 instead. For the Western Mustangs, it's Big P, aka Papa, I think is what they want to be called. Renoki, R6 Tracker, who also wants to be called something differently. I believe it's Skimzy. I will not remember that one. I profusely apologize. Beamer McLovin and Hishay to close out their roster.
Overall, this should be a very interesting matchup because, I mean, like we said, I still recognize some of these names, but overall, just both of these teams need to find some sort of win here because, I mean, you already dropped one because of a forfeit on the other end. Kind of haven't been able to find that one series win. So otherwise, both of these teams, in my eyes, are very evenly matched up. And their map pool, weirdly, is also weirdly matched up because they played all 3 of the same maps in their previous series. So going into the map bans, this is going to be very interesting to see if we're going to see something different, which it does look like that. We're going to see Border as our second map. But also, Chalet and Oregon are going to be some of the main series stays for both of these teams.
You know, we may have started very late here, Sirius, but at the very least, we get to start with my favorite map in all of R6, the oh so cool winter air of Chalet. Unfortunately, it does mean we have to follow suit with one of my least favorite maps in all of R6 right now, if not just because of the trauma that Border put onto me the moment it was released into the competitive pool, right into the map selection when the game just didn't work, and even observing caused the entire game to crash, and you couldn't even get a single round going in if it didn't last 10 minutes long with 25 rehosts in the middle of a round. But at least the first map won't bring me any trauma, nothing but good memories here, as this is not the map we're heading to. We'll point that out here once again. It's over to the warm winter air, or the cool winter air, completely opposite there of Chalet. I'll also point out for the Western Mustangs, they are a very young team in the collegiate scene. All first years, bar Ben, I think, on their roster, who says they're a second year but not playing here in this one, obviously in this matchup. They are all freshmen, all first years in college, which means that if they're facing off against a more experienced, regime like UN Esports that has third years and fourth years in their team, you would maybe expect it to be a little bit more inexperienced, but they have the better record and are now heading to this one with higher expectations on both our shoulders here, Sirius, as well as probably the viewers, now that we've played the statistics of their wins to this point, that they're going to be able to take the win against this older, more experienced team.
And one would think, because the record that they have kind of betrays them, because who knows what would have happened if they were able to play that second series. Maybe it would have been a win for them, or it would have been a tight loss against their opponents, but that's not really for us to say. We're going into our map of Chalet, Dokkaebi, and Thatcher is going to be starting off our ban. So overall, it's kind of starting off with the normal kind of just nonchalant defaults that we normally see. Thatcher is a little bit less banned nowadays, but still, map like Chalet, it's very important to get him out of the way.
Finner will follow up in the first offensive ban, quite an annoying piece of utility having to deal with the toxic fumes that blind your sights. But if you try to play a little bit too far into those, it can be its own sort of undoing, a bit of a pro and con scenario for a lot of Finner remains out there. Removing that means you don't have to worry about it. It'll be a lot easier to swing through Ivy Door. Won't have to worry too much about Piano execute when you're trying to get past that shield that's more likely not placed on top of Piano, and you want to try to extend safely away from the reach of the player that's inside of Office. Solus will be that final defender that is banned out as well. Shockingly enough, you expect to see something like a Flores banned here, Sirius, on the attack for a map like Chalet, and yet we did not see it go through here, when I think every other time we've seen it here from the NECC, at least when it came to last week and the week prior, Flores was a very consistent ban in the NEC because of how strong and powerful those Rotero drones were at clearing space, controlling zones, and flushing players out from behind mirror windows, which typically go unbanned on this map.
I mean, it's almost kind of a blessing in disguise, considering the fact that Azami also sneaked her way through, which is another common ban just in general for this map overall. Not brought out this first round, but there's still a shield in the middle of Piano Hallway, so if they do bring out the floors, that's going to be a bit easier time trying to clear out that position, take that control once that main wall is open, but still. Overall, just kind of interesting to see that not even a Ying as well on top of that was banned out, so it's going to make things a lot more difficult for the attackers to try to open up these walls now that Thatcher is gone, but you still have to deal with the fact that Dokkaebi is also gone as well and can't clear out many of these roamers who are just kind of extending out a little bit further, as we already see No Name kind of reinforcing off that library wall, trying to assert some pressure early on that side, but it seems that Western Mustangs are just going to try to completely ignore that.
An interesting decision as well to go for the Blackbeard. You anticipate the repels over here off towards Campfire Wood, where we're seeing that obviously is being played for BMX 11. You want to work in on this window side, it's good, but it also gives you feasible control with the Osa shield off towards Big Window, which is one of the main reasons why this objective, Office and Master Bedroom, is typically considered the weakest of actually the objectives on the map of Chalet, and yet is still heavily picked by a lot of teams and rosters. It's a good setup though for UN to hold this on defensively. A shield placed what would be considered backwards actually inside of T elbow means that you have safety and security from there, but this is usually just used as an outlet to deny T control, so that when you move in towards Ivy, or if you truly want in the opposing side in from the north instead, you have diversifying angles and can quickly step into that space like mentioned before, where you typically would then have to worry about a Finrear, which now you don't actually have to do so on this attack. So for UWL, they're going to quickly try to step in. I don't know why Big Papa with the diffuser is the first one to breach in through that window, but they're going in pretty hard and heavy, and it looks like First Blood will go down in favor of Big Papa with the AK-12.
I mean, that's just early control in Solar, and now all these cutoffs are just allowing for this plant to go down. Big Papa is just going to be completely safe now that everyone from UWO is covering for him.
It is down, almost secured back the other way, but 40 seconds on the clock working in favor. Just one player remaining, and Canadian No Name will have no ticket left to punch through for the remainder of this round. It's Big Papa who really drilled the point home from the very get-go. First one in the gates through Solar, tries to swing out, gets a kill. A very interesting trade from the closet side, and that just creates this very strong level of momentum. Should have been taken down from the player rushing through that closet side. Truly not enough coverage in the plant or the planter in the first place if the rush from closet was going to come through. But a solid first round, and now a new reevaluation of how they attempt to defend this will have to come forward from the defensive of Windsor. They're going to go down to the basement instead, which is the much wiser decision. This objective was heavily slept on when Chalet initially stepped into the pool, and since then everyone started to realize, hey, this objective's pretty darn good. We should probably start playing this one more often. Maybe it's in fact Master Benjamin Office that's considered a lot weaker.
I mean, and we saw why Master Bedroom and Office is probably one of the weakest sites. There were so many cutoffs that just denied Ewan from actually getting in and denying that plant, because as soon as that closet player was dead, there's nobody left to contest that. So Big Papa is just able to get that plant down so safely, because there's a guy on big window, guy on bathroom window. Those are all the cutoff points that they need to watch to make sure that nobody else can rush on in, deny that plant. So Ewan going to a completely different bomb site, a little less of an opportunity outside of that snowmobile wall, is going to allow for some of those cutoff opportunities, but they still need to be careful because of how successfully Western Mustang were just able to take that early control and then just hold it for the rest of that round.
The employment of a Cali here is something that me and Mason last week were very negative about, and I'm not going to immediately dog on the operator choice right off the get-go here in the second round, but Kali has a time and a place, and it doesn't feel like basement really fits that if you're just working in from the snowmobile garage side where glass would be infinitely better. But if you're sitting over here, my goodness, can the Cali do quick work? You have that breach. They've left that wall soft, put an Osa shield up in front of Renoki, and you've got a turreted tank in the back line ready to drill cannon fire at the fodder at the opposing side of the lineup. The issue is you also clubbed half the opposing side of UN and weren't able to finish a kill because you don't have just enough damage on top of that sniper to finish the job against a full armor defender, and UN are aware of that. They'll continue to reswing that. They've got the dock. That's what Helkerbex is bringing it for. And you've got to do a little bit smarter. You need somebody else to assist you, or you need to rotate.
Yeah, that rotate, it is going to be coming out for UWO. So at this point, I would imagine they're going to try to open up the snowmobile wall, try to facilitate another cutoff, but it seems they're actually just going to go for that trench doorway instead. They're wholly focused on getting this boiler wall open and then just pushing on in through there. So one part of that job is already done. They have these cutoffs in, but they just cannot seem to push their way deeper into the bomb site. No Name still upstairs, applying some pressure and getting the first kill onto Beam. So that's already his pressure established, because now he can pressure down onto West Main Stairs, and that's going to deny a large part of their control.
No one's watching that staircase. You know a teammate just died there. You need to be more vigilant of that angle, but instead too just stubborn in their ways, I guess would be the way serious, as they're trying to work in so darn hard through that boiler wall with too much pressure in from door. And even if you had managed to find the success, there was Canadian No Name not too far behind and sitting at the bottom of that staircase waiting to tear down the competition, and somehow someway still fails to do so, as Hishe gets the frag needed to keep their chances here for Western Mustangs alive and well, as Renoki is in the objective, in default, and in control of the diffuser, waiting to get this plant down with covering fire from Hishe. Will need to maybe step off of this one. If that in fact was a toxic babe, it's not too big of a concern. They have to run back the other way as a nitro cell rips, but it can't finish everything. They get one kill before it detonates, and it leaves just Hishe in the 1v1 now, able to isolate Helkerbex. Minsk's inside of garage being rushed by... They need to be smarter, and it can't do it in time. Minsk plays it perfectly, hiding behind the corner elbow here, and the two brow comes up with the final blood to clutch things up 1-1 now.
I mean, just UWO stalled from the very beginning of that round. I mean, they got early big garage control and then held that cutoff on the rotate connector area, but then they just didn't really do much else after that. They got boiler wall open, but then they just kind of sat there for half the round, didn't do anything. And at that point, No Name is still applying pressure from the stairs, just living rent free essentially, and then finally gets a kill onto the Nomad, that flank operator that's supposed to be watching for that exact kind of play. Just so many things where it's just like, okay, they're just not doing anything to exert more pressure. One big thing that I'm surprised they didn't go for that entire time was the main wall over on Snowmobile. That would have cut off a lot of those rotates, allowed them to get that plant down a lot safer because of the fact that players can't rotate with a C4. Players can't do a lot of these things to just run that player down and then get that planter while he's just on the case. So at that point, I just don't know what UWO were doing to try to make their lives a lot easier trying to get into that bomb site, because they just ran straight into the setup for UN and didn't really make them have to sweat too much for it.
When you place that Cali inside garage and you put the Oster shield in front of them, they made the right choice in rotating and pivoting off, but the Cali didn't necessarily need to. The rest of the team should have. There should have been more pressure up on the opposing side off towards Snowmobile Garage. There should have been a top-down approach in the remainder of Chalet, second to first, and clearing down through basement to make sure there was never a chance to go a player down from Canadian No Name finding the first frag on that extension over towards West Main entrance. There just wasn't a lot of correct impact past the initial placement of that turret that you're using Cali as inside of Big Garage. Needs a little bit more, just didn't have it. It's going to be a major problem for the Mustangs if they don't try to fix that strategy when that objective come back around. But speaking of objectives coming back around, right back up to the second floor with the Master Benjamin office hold, and UN are starting off on the very big right foot. An impact nade, we choose you, Renoki. Shield down, big window control lost, and then a good frag on a tracker as well. Puts them at a two-man advantage until Sonic unfortunately does finally bite the bullet.
Already taken down the two biggest key components of what lost them that previous round, just taking off those cutoff angles, making sure that now UWO have to push in directly from Solar or force them to rotate out somewhere else and try to apply pressure to the other parts of the bomb site. Now UN can sit back a lot more comfortably. Yes, they just lost a man, so it's only one man advantage. But look at how well they're positioned. They not just really feeling a lot of pressure at this point, because honestly, outside of the buck down below trying to open up these angles, they don't really have to do much. They can just sit back and just wait for them to get into position, try to force that execute, but they're just going to be trying to hold these cutoffs, hold these crossfires, and wait for them to walk right into their gunfire sites.
Sexy Dark Phantom EK. Sitting here still in Solarium, holding elbow top. A staircase will drop down, knows his player off towards Kitchen, a little slow on the fire, and Hishe survives the initial onslaught coming out here from the Scorpion Evo. Need to be a little bit smarter past that as the flashes are starting to be wrung out in that direction. Does not start Dark Phantom from able to eventually take down Hishe, who is still below down in Kitchen. And the Western Mustangs are in a very uncomfortable spot now. Only two players remaining, and both of them are attempting to entry in from the exact same angle, and you're not checking every opening that's been created, not just by them, but by you as well with a hole that large. Both players died of the same exact rotate, the same exact breach created, and now you've got another round lost, giving you win the round advantage and letting them step away now from that second floor to arguably an even better objective once again than that second floor. No matter what it is, kitchen, dining, or bar gaming, it's going to be better in the long run than that last site.
I mean, the surprising thing for me is how UWO rather, are just not really adapting to the situation overall. They've been bringing out the same strategies, or if they just commit to a singular one, they just don't rotate away from it. They're full committed to the exact same take that they planned in the beginning of the round, and then don't walk away from it, even though it is the clear wrong idea. We saw round number one where they just held those big windows and just cut off the entire bomb site. That worked so well for them. The second repeat did the exact same thing. Not a single operator, I think, was changed, and not a single setup was changed. Except it went even worse, because now UN know that that exact kind of play is coming, and they deal with it accordingly. Bring the impacts, get aggressive onto that highway player, and then just UWO, what do? They just send one player down below all by himself to try to deal with all that pressure while two players sit on Solar. That, just to me, Scott, does not scream a big sign of success, and nor a real chance to actually win that round out, because you're doing the exact same thing you went with that clearly did not work.
all of that was really so reliant on big window control, like I mentioned, holding down that T Hall. In the impact, in the first place, they were prepped and ready and waiting for Windsor this time around. They weren't sitting too far back. That was always an available option for them. And because you didn't play for that denial in any sort of capacity, they were waiting for it. The impact comes down and it full removes not just the shield you're placing, but the individual there as well on that repel. It's something that has to very quickly get fixed when that objective comes back around, because that's a round that you don't want to give back up and garner under control for that Windsor side. But you have more fish you need to worry about frying, and round 4 is the best way to start things off for them, as Hishe opens things up, takes down Sonic, who was the first to fall for UN the round prior, but this was after they had found 2 kills. A much better start for the Western Mustangs.
Overall, No Name has been feeling a lot of pressure from the very beginning of the round. It's getting even worse as there's a player on big window once again, establishing that cutoff and that T-hole. Like you said, it's very important to cutting off these last 2 roamers, but he lets one slip by. He gets all the way over into safety in the closet, so now he can help his teammate out a little bit by just letting him swing out. Apparently, he's just going crazy like that.
The Inox scanner to boot in on top, and you're praying the Western Mustangs if you can get a refrag back, but apparently they can't check the floorboards. Frostmat puts Tracker in an uncomfortable spot, and Canadian No Name will finish the job. Has to get refragged, and thankfully does for the Western Mustangs. Evening the odds once again at a 3v3. Despite the fact the objective is down on that first floor, it has taken them 2 minutes to clear most, but not all of the pressure that was up on that second floor for the Windsor side. And they barely come out even forward, as they'll now relocate and start to put their influence back down to the first, as one of the players on the defending side of Windsor is not even on the first floor now. Serious. They're in the basement, hiding down below, watching trench door, watching bottom of West Main staircase. They're trying to ensure they can have a late transition into the site to capsize the structure that the Western Mustangs are trying to build when they start to put that diffuser down in a post-plant scenario. But if you step up now in the final 30 seconds, you've got to wonder, what has Minsk been doing this entire time? And it's not enough, because UWO can now start to sprint in, and they'll have full control of dining, where Minsk has now even stepped away from there. What can you do to stop it? You're gonna have to play from a long range angle, and you have to pray that the Vector and the Scorpion, which are kind of poor at that range, can do it, and you can't do it if they drop through hatch and kitchen and get you instead.
Not a damn thing they can do about that situation whatsoever. UWO taking control of that final 30 seconds and just making sure they get all the information under their belt and collapse upon these last 2 players of UN. And overall, just a very clean round. Yes, it did get a little sloppy in the early round, but they established control of that top floor by making sure that big window, a big cutoff point, was under their control from the very beginning. Those players cannot fall back very safely. All they have to do is just put pressure onto them and then finally push them back into their gun sights and then get collapse onto those kills. Then at that point, UN needed to get more aggressive, but they were playing so separately from each other, not really establishing pressure onto those last 3 players of UWO. Players down in the basement, I'm not sure what that's going to do to really help you get that win under your belt, because that's not really doing anything to pressure those players who have to drop down the hatch, move down those stairs. Your player of Minsk is still in the middle of dining, fighting for his life, just trying to find some hard cover. But overall, that's just not a great way to kind of handle that situation, because they just looked like they were out of sync with each other.
Yeah, it was a little off kilter, and for a defensive position as important as that objective tends to be, because you're essentially still playing it like a Master Benjamin office hold, with the availability to drop down below to that first floor for a secondary level of defense, you have to be aware that they can go direct to sites, and you have to be aware that they're more likely not going to still try to reach in from that second floor. And if you're on the side of the Western Mustangs, you look at that round as a breakdown and say, hey, we didn't come in from Solarian this time, and we were able to take control of that second floor very handily. Maybe when we see that objective again up in second in Master Benjamin office, we do the exact same thing. Mezzanine control, take control of library, swing in through Ivy, get control of office side. We need somebody on Master balcony. These are steps that the Western Mustangs used to take over that top-down control. The only issue lacking, they only had 20 seconds of true impact because they weren't droning very effectively on that top floor, realizing that UN had left 40 seconds prior to that, and they lost a lot of time and weren't able to leave a player up there for a possible post plant, and they had to take a dangerous drop through hatch. But they get it done, they get the round win, they succeed, and then they start off this round fairly poorly with 60 seconds in, Big Papa going down.
That's the roam clear too, because I'm noticing that Hell is still sticking around in the middle of Bar Games area, so he's going to be a big nuisance, as well as No Name on the complete opposite side of the map. So Western Mustangs still have a lot to do to make sure that they have all this control under their belt, because they're trying to establish a lot of control upstairs in Fireplace, but they're not dealing with any of these roamers. They're just kind of letting them sit idly by and waiting for them to kind of make a big play later in the round. They do find a pick on Dark Phantom, so that is at least something to equalize things out. But Hell spots out a player on the stairs and takes off his head.
Back in return, back into the action, and Western Mustangs clap back with their own kill onto Helkerbecks. The roam game you highlighted still coming in effectively, but you win now willing to transition back down to the site, a full strong and static hold, and unfortunately Canadian No Name was incapable of doing so. Hishay with another effective strike in this round puts them at a player advantage for the Western Mustangs. And Windsor will have to figure out how to hold this defensively with just two. Mitsk's inside Blue Hall, aware that the breach inside Snowmobile is there. Player moves in behind garbage cans, but you can't find this kill. It's a free and easy plant. You have a nitro cell, but do you think it's safe enough to extend out of this reach? Can you get it?
What?
Boom goes the dynamite. Mitsk with the nitro cell tossed to Renoki, and somehow, some way, the toss was long enough in Windsor. Have a chance here in this round as Diffuser is still located behind garbage and no one on the side of UWO is close enough to grab it. They'll have to go for the frag, and they succeed in doing so.
I was still very worried about the roam clear, but they got it done at the very end of things, just collapsing on those last few roamers and then executing perfectly onto the bomb site, getting that main wall open, allowing for that trash plant to try to go down. Unfortunately, just the C4 got tossed out far enough that it did go down, so those last two players have an idea of where he is. He only has to be in Blue Hall area because your player is sitting in connector. You're watching the wine area, so only place left is now going to have to be walking down the main stairs, collapsing onto them, doubling up, getting that crossfire, and making sure that if one player dies and it's immediately traded upon, you still win the round. Overall, UWO have been adapting ever so slightly to these last few rounds. We're starting to look a little bit stagnant in their overall strategy, but the last two rounds have really brought it to you win and made sure that their strategy is secure and getting them these wins.
The Western Mustangs, you've been highlighting a series talking about, worried about their roam clear and worried about how effective they are in times with that roam clear. I'm less concerned about their roam clear in all honesty and more concerned about the roam game from Windsor instead, right? UN have now had so many rounds fall out because they play a heavy roam game and then those roamers don't know how or when to safely extend back towards the site. Your end-all be-all plan is not to keep them out of the objective forever. Your end-all be-all plan is to keep them out of the objective for as long as humanly possible. There should be no intent and purpose to keep them out forever. It should be no intent and purpose to go for every single kill under the sun and swing every angle imaginable. The attacking side has the single best piece of utility, and every attacker has two of in the back pocket. The drone, the information, the ability to check and clear those angles prior to you even being able to see them. You need to be aware of that and play a whole lot smarter on these extensions and on these roam games. And I'm not really seeing that just yet from UN. And considering this is the last round series of their defensive side, on a very attacker-sided map, and they've gotten two, but are struggling in the most basic principle of Chalet's defense with those roam games. This doesn't bode well for them, and it gets even worse when one of your best players of Canadian No Name goes down for the first strike.
Cutoff was established, and they're trying to fight their way back, but Dark Phantom still sticking around top library stairs. This is a very risky play because he can easily be counted upon to just kind of get caught off by these last few players of UWO. But they don't even seem to be trying to hunt him down. They're still trying to hold down the areas and secure library control in the first place. It doesn't seem like they even know that there's not really anybody top mezzanine anymore. Dark Phantom's still applying pressure in Case's hallway, but look at it. He's getting pinched upon by the back of Hishay, so he needs to be very aware of this, but he's moving away at the right time.
Timing is perfect, but not good enough for Hishay. Sexy Dark Phantom still hiding within box, able to secure themselves a good pickup kill. Team McLovin knew exactly where they were, still a little slow on the fire, but still good enough to conclude for the kill. And it puts it at a 2 versus 3, still a man disadvantage, and Renoki needs to get this exothermic charge down on this office wall. Reach open, have access for mezzanine, and the team needs to have cams up for flank watch. Beamer McLovin will go ahead and do so here. I thought for sure he fired that at Ivy Wall there, and it, for some reason, looked like it was at the bottom of the staircase instead. Not sure what was going on with that. But Renoki will have to peek and swing this one first. Despite holding the diffuser, you'd anticipate this would maybe be Beamer going for this instead. They have pocket breaches. Maybe they're wanting to utilize that. I'm not too sure. I don't know why they're going for it this way. They'll finally breach open the wall. This gives them access to shorts. This gives them access to the inside of office. And when nobody's on the first floor for Windsor, this means that it's nearly impossible to deny this office plant behind this guaranteed unbreakable, unfireable brick wall. And they're still not even going for it directly behind brick wall. This will give an angle for the player of Helkerbex.
Oh.
What are you doing, Western Mustangs? It's an unbreakable object. Hide behind it. Get the plant down. You're standing out in the open where a player from out towards T Hall, from behind piano even, could take you down. You need to understand your positions. It's now a 3-3 half on an attacker side that should be advantaged for the map for Chalet.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is the fact that there was a Goyo canister right by the wall that would have denied that hardcover plant. That's the only thing I can think
They have
of, though.
40 seconds to break it beforehand.
40 seconds, though, so they had plenty of time to take care of it before, but just lack of time, and then just maybe getting a little bit flustered, just made him sit in the middle of the open, denied from that angle in the middle of T hallway. So now just his cover in the middle of K9 door can't really do anything about it. He's just having to hold that bedroom angle because, I mean, logically, that's the one thing you cover. You can still watch piano a little bit, right? If they rush up, if you're on the hardcover plant. He wasn't, though, so he's exposed to the open. His cover can't do a damn thing about it. That was just a little bit of poor positioning that really cost them the round that maybe could have gone their way if they had played that right.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, I think the biggest thing here for a lot of those rounds, honestly, for the Western Mustang series, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, time. They were really slow in the first 2 rounds to get things under the books. Obviously, round 1, it worked out for them, but in round 2, they're coming into the final 20 seconds and still only have 2 players inside Solar as the last 2 remaining. They're running into time constraints, and that last round was plagued by it. They have a very slow roam clear, which is fine. A better job for UWin to have those roamers be a little bit more effective in buying time, which is the end-all be-all point, like I alluded to. But it should have still been a lot easier with 40 seconds-ish available on the clock by the time you would place that exothermic charge, and should have breached in the first place. It's a price that unfortunately makes it a little bit harder, especially if you know the Beamer can clear out whatever is denying that hard breach there. You gotta be a little bit more effective with it. And it's a round that's going to even things up and look a little bit more dire as you transition to the defense, and you're already lacking that Frost to Big Papa, and might as hell just knock down Tracker as well while you're at it.
I mean, talk about just not playing things as optimally as you can. They've already lost 2 bodies in the first minute of that round, and they're looking like they could possibly lose another. There's a big player on the cutoff, but it doesn't even matter. Dark Phantom's just going to swing Renoki, who's trying to play aggressive on the office doorway, gives away another life, and now UWin are in dominant control of this round so far. Halfway through, they don't have to do much. They can honestly slow this round way down and make UWO be super antsy and just have to get super aggressive in order to try to even possibly win this round out.
Long fire being held here from Beamer McLovin. You know that the Thorn can hold angles like this. Big sight, big skills, but a pretty hefty recoil if you're not too careful at that distance. But in a headshot game where anything can get the job done, you need to be a little bit smarter than you would like to think. It's Hishe up for the first blood finally for the Western Mustangs, and Beamer around the corner deals with the player planting behind brick. And it's a 2v2 all of a sudden. The shield control here not being denied whatsoever. The Western Mustangs making great use of the total lack of utility clearance from the side of UWin. Where's the Rotero drone? Where's the extra utility with a nade around that corner? Where's the Sophia lifeline? I know where it is. Dead, removed, no impact with the impact lifeline. You've got to use proper utility to clear out one of the most effective footholds for a defending team and one of the harder objectives, T Hall. And if you don't have the utility, you got big window, man. Don't swing a player off that direction. They may still scrape this round by. A plant is going down and it will be confirmed, but it's still way too close for comfort when this started as a 5v2 and is now ending as a 2v1. Drone will be cleared. Beamer McLovin will swing through the corner. Knows maybe there's a player holding towards Ego window by a library hallway. Will find that impact. And it's a 1v1 all of a sudden in a disastrous spot still available for Canadian No Name to screw things up here. But they've got control from below. The wisest decision we've seen here in this round for their attacking side, as the Nomad air jab will knock them back further and the sightline will be gained. Canadian!
No!
You cannot be serious! No Name for sure. Where are you in this round from below? Somehow, someway, Western Mustangs pull off an impossible 5v2 comeback to secure a round win here.
Has anybody actually won a round if you plant and then play it from below? I swear I've never seen a successful round win.
We had two last week.
Two last week. Two out of like maybe 50 that I've seen in my total lifetime that I can remember off the top of my head. I mean, it's ridiculous. And just a big throw coming in from UWin in a round that they should have won, except for the fact that they went in one at a time, gave them these solo gunfights, and allowed them to really come back into that round. And just, it's ridiculous. And I just don't understand what the plan was for UWin, because a guy's coming up solar for the backstab. Okay, fair enough. But he's kind of 30 seconds behind the rest of his team, who are falling like flies due to the fact that they're just playing these long angles and losing to the fact that UWO are positioning themselves perfectly in those scenarios. They know their power positions that they have under their control still and playing around that fact. We're just seeing a lack of coordination come in for Windsor, and I'm just like kind of stunned. My brain is malfunctioning almost. I can't think of words to say to describe how disappointed I am.
There's so much available in the books for Windsor to deal with that. I mean, you have attacker repicking. Also, great spawn peak right there. Big Papa. Love seeing that. Chalet is king of spawn peaks. You have so many win conditions that can help you out, and one of those at your disposal is attacker redeploy, right? You can pick up a new operator in the prep phase to counteract what's being brought out from the Western Mustangs. I don't know if they just didn't head towards the objective whatsoever. They didn't try to scout things out entirely. I'm not too sure. There was a vision blocker, the little mute jammer looking thing that blocks vision for drones. Yeah, sure. Maybe that stopped you from seeing the multitude of shields placed inside of T that I guess didn't lead you to think you needed to bring something to destroy that, but you headed into the last round with only one single piece of range destructive utility at your disposal, and it was a Zofia lifeline impact. And you're asking this operator who's essentially there as your entry to extend a dangerous elbow and clear out not just one, not just two, but nearly three huge pieces and important pieces of utility there, when you still didn't even have the utility to burn away any ADSs or, well, my magnets, sure they have been there, they weren't there that last round. You had none of it there to burn that utility, and it led to a just fizzling out of your attack because you had nothing to clear away the strongest defending position for that office plant in default. And you've got to just go next. That's what it is. That's what it is here. GG, go next and pray for the whole other attempt. They move to a new objective, and Western Mustangs come out here with a man advantage, something they couldn't gain to the last few moments, and are continuing to uphold here. Big Papa's got all three for themselves.
I mean, and the fact that they just cannot get any control off the fact that No Name was the first one dead. They can't open up a single wall. They got all this control because nobody from UWO is roaming this far, but they can't do a thing about it. Sonic's just having to find some scraps to get any kills at this point in the time. Unless we see another massive throw coming out from another team, this should be a done deal for UWin, because Sonic can't realistically do anything. He has to walk into these crossfires, and just the power positions set up in sight. Big P is just going to try to finish this off, and he's going to be able to do that, but it was a done deal almost right off the rip. I mean, we just kind of didn't really cover that all that much, but it was a huge crucial part of that play, because they couldn't open up the hatch, they couldn't open that crossfire wall. There was just nothing that UWin could do in that round other than just, all right, just let Big P kill you all. All right, I guess that's fun.
Big Papa gets 3 kills, and the third one, 50-50. It could have gone either way. The first play, like you mentioned, being so darn effective against such an important operator for the team, their win condition was nearly lost entirely right there. And there's other PC utility that can have hard breach. If you got pocket hard breaches, you can still open up something. But when you're really needing that exothermic charge, you're really needing that big breach, you can kind of say, okay, we still have chances elsewhere. But Big Papa just goes, okay, you thought 1 was bad? Let's make it 2. And if you think 2 is trouble, double it and give it to the next person. Let's end that round with 4 total kills to myself and have Renoki steal the limelight for the final ace. They didn't even bring the pocket hard breaches as well, though, in the last round, which is also ridiculous when you know you only have 1 single person for hard breach and you're playing operators that can yield pocket hard breaches or operators that you can change to have pocket hard breaches. Why are we not seeing that elevation or that second level of safety, right? The harness on top of the cliff dive that you're currently trying to go through right now with no harness. You gotta have secondary steps, and there it is. Helkerbex finally has pocket hard breaches, and they have an ace as well for ranged hard breaches to just put the icing on the cake for their main.
I mean, arguably, it's not the best site for it overall, and Minsk, oh no, Renoki, that's just not okay, man. You can't do that to them at this point. That's going to be the buck off the board, and that's, I mean, we were talking to meta ahead now. That would be a way to get rid of these zombie barriers. Not quite in that Deadly Omen patch just yet, so... I mean, overall, that's a lot of their top floor potential where they can clear out bar area and make sure that's a little bit safer if you're trying to hop in the game's window. So now, UWO just soaring ahead at this point. They're winning a lot of these opening engagements and throwing UWU in for a loop. So honestly, at this point, they just need to find something to try to get back into these rounds.
It's so difficult. They both start with U and then go to a W, and then it's completely different past that, but... My goodness, you want to say you win when it's UWO. You want to say UWO when it's you win.
Yeah, I know.
And then I don't ever want to say Western Mustangs. I just want to say Mustangs. But like, it's just, it's always something. We'll get it by the 3rd map. How about that? I promise if a 3rd map comes forward, we'll have it nailed down totally. Half this round has elapsed. And though we have not seen too much come out here from UN, the 2 players that have been felled have seen enough, and they will bow out of this round for the remainder of it, still putting them now at a disadvantage. And Sexy Dark Phantom, well, you're joining into the afterlife. Nitro Cell tossed, ripped, and dipped, and boom goes the dynamite. Canadian No Name does get a good kill onto Beamer McLovin, but we had mentioned it at the start with the fact that we saw a zombie get through that ban phase. They've already done most of the dirty work with these Kiba barricades. They've already done enough of that area denial and time buying against this U-Windsor side, and they just have to bide out the rest of this. And with 60 seconds only remaining, and I'll be honest, not a lot of top-down availability here for the Windsor side. It seems like a really clear-cut scenario for the Western Mustangs to close and secure this, as it's just hatches from above that aren't even being full cleared with the last Selma that they had on charge.
They can't even fully open it, so they're still going to have to walk straight into these doorways. I mean, No Name has to deal with the player at bottom blue stairs, and Sonic's still up above trying to clear these angles. They need to group up and try to find something, find these ISO picks, because there's still a possibility of that UWO aren't next to each other. They need to find a kill now, otherwise it'll be too late for it.
Wow.
There's one.
Huge pickup for Sonic up above. But 18 seconds will tick down in tracker. Imzy will have to keep his eyes out. Ishe off still over towards the opposing side towards Mud, but the breach will not be entered in. Instead, big window control there. Somehow the turn is there for Skimsy. It's fine. Canadian No Name just had no clue what was going on. Sonic tries to rush in, does not have diffuser for some reason. It was held on the opposing side. A non-default plant inside bar. And a huge miscommunication, huge miscoordination again for the attacking side of Windsor puts us now at match point on their map pick against them. Looking down the wrong end of the barrel, it's the Western Mustangs doubling the stat line of Windsor and left them completely dry in the second half. They've not found any sort of success on an attacker-sided map on the attack.
And just so far, they've been floundering on almost every single step. I mean, they've lost every single round up until this point, and they just cannot seem to have a clear idea of what they want to go for. They're getting entry picked almost every single round. They're just have no idea how to really adapt to the situation after they...
I too am at a loss for words. Don't worry. It's not just you, buddy. Me as well. And I'm sure the viewers there as well. Honestly, I thought this was going to be a pretty darn good map for Windsor. I thought they were going to take it after the really good first half. They played defensively. They're keeping the Western Mustangs even. They're keeping them at bay. They're holding them off. And then I saw the first round of the second half, and I was like, Windsor definitely has this. Round 7, they're going to win this. There's no way things turn awry. Then that's where it happened again. Another slap in the face and another complete change up for my mind about how it has to go the other way. The balcony control in this round, they go for the spawn peek again. Big Papa, the best way to do it ever. And I'll tell you in right now, the old heydays of being able to put bullet holes and barricades and peek through those. Kaid, you'd bring the primary SMG, you'd fire one bullet hole through a barricade, and then you'd whip out the ACOG revolver. And you'd peek up on top of rocks. And you would go for that spawn peek and you'd nail it every single time. At least that's what I did. But you didn't get nothing this round. Big Papa goes down first. And there goes Sexy Dark Phantom to join in after the fact. Helkerbex has to refrag it and does so successfully by removing Keyshave from the equation. And when a 5v5 quickly turns into a 4v3, defense needs to restructure very quickly as your two roamers, your two players that extended out, now are nowhere to be seen. And the floorboards from below are finding quite a lot of success with this IQ utility. Helkerbex, who had also found a kill in this round, just continuing to tear down all of that hard breach denial from that mezzanine wall. And Sonic continuing to tear down the HP of Renoki, putting us in a 4v2 with a minute and a half now remaining in this round. And Western Mustangs need to figure out where to go from here. Drone War comes through. That's a barricade inside bathroom. Beamer McLovin, did you prep this for a run out? They're really holding darn close to it with the anticipation that maybe that is the case. But will Minsk be aware there's the breach? It is in fact broken in a single tap. Beamer will fall back because that solar window is being broken upon as well. And you'd have to assume a drone is working its way up through that elbow staircase to find so much more information than the defense has available to them. And it comes forward to one big fell swoop. Minsk with the final blood there. And just our 6 trackers, Skimsy, all by themselves. Completely pincered in, trapped between a rock and 3 different hard places. But the UMP is good for 1. And the top of staircase has to be cleared out quickly, and Helkerbex just will not go down without a fight. That's a round 1 for the defense here. Sorry, for the attack here, finally coming out from Ewan, and we see the Western Mustangs still being held at bay at match point.
I come back. I lost my internet for like that entire round, and I come back, and Ewan finally went around.
Yeah, I think you're the bad luck charm series.
I think I'll just go again. I'll just like.
I'd appreciate if you didn't, unless I'm also getting your money.
Yes, I mean, it's fine. Whatever, you can have it. I don't really care.
Let's go. I'm getting his coupons to Dollar General. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Can't wait for like 25 cents off of laundry detergent this week.
Or a candy bar. I don't know. You pick your poison, I guess.
Why'd you pick a food? I named laundry detergent. You back in the Tide Pod generation right now? All right.
No, I was thinking a candy bar. What are you thinking of? I'm not thinking of
I mean,
that.
you just immediately jumped to food when I mentioned laundry detergent. So
Man,
it's just,
I'm hungry. It's been a long day.
It's true. I just had a nice beef skirt steak sandwich. It was delicious.
That does sound really good.
High in protein.
I could kill for one of those right now.
I would hope you wouldn't have to stoop so low.
I would hope so too. I don't want to go to prison.
Yeah, that's probably. Yeah, I don't know very many people that want to be fair. Not too far from the beat. I've been to prison.
Oh.
Visited. It was a part of our field trip in college for criminal justice.
Oh, okay, I was about to say, it would have been a very weird field trip. It was just elementary school.
Yeah, it was actually my middle school, like 5th grade field trip. It's a high danger facility, like state penitentiary.
Here, kids, here's prisoner number 4 who...
Beyond scared straight, just normal middle school edition.
I guess we should probably start actually talking about the round. They've already got the wall open, and this is already less than a minute in, so at this point, you win. Already starting to get some bit of control at this point. So now, all of a sudden, UWO, lack of real roaming presence, I'm noticing. So there's only actually 1 player up above. That's really it at this point. Is that really it?
It's a fuse. That gives you something. And we're seeing the exact same sort of attack, except for the slightest of variations from UN, very one-dimensional, like you said, a single person on the first floor, everyone else down working laterally in from basement. It's dangerous. It's too dangerous. At least it's not just from the north. Okay, you're blind. It's not just from the north. What's the line Jinxie says? So we have no ears, right? Is that the phrase that he goes with? So we have no ears? Apparently can't hear the shotgun wielding, Mossberg wielding Renoki around that corner. And apparently we can't hear the fight back from Helkerbeck's North Sexy Dark Phantom as they'll go out. Not even a scream to be heard. And it's just Minx now forced to go for the 1v4. Good for one of those. But 3 more may just elude them as they have 60 seconds to work, but that's a lot of time, Sirius. But there's a whole lot of ammo still left for UWO and not a lot of HP remaining, about 49 on top.
I mean, they tried to go super fast, but they didn't take into account that UWO are trying to get super aggressive right back onto them. They only left one roamer upstairs, but all the aggressive presence was on the bomb site itself. Minsk is going to get at least one more, but he's on such little HP. Doesn't really have a whole lot to work with. This is probably at least a very done deal, unless he gets 2 nice headshots in these last 30 seconds. I'm not really seeing that possibility come out. He's going to have to try to find his way in. Not really exactly sure where that bomb is dropped.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
Main stairs? No way.
Yeah, okay, maybe not. But, I mean, there isn't, like, it's an EDD. Something's got to happen, right? It's got to go off at some point. He's going to get 1 kill? Oh, he's going to get 1 kill and try to walk in a blue hall. That's where it's going to go. Great map. Beamer McLevin with the final frag. And a concluding victory here for the Western Mustangs at the end of map 1, at the end of their opposition's map pick of UN. In a very solid fashion, 7-4 is a stat line you don't want to have go against you on your own map pick, but it's also a similar stat line to what we kind of anticipated considering because a lot of what we have to go on here, series, is their previous game, right, against UFT, right? That's so much of the impact we have to go off of. In the game scoreline for that one, obviously came out with a big win from the Western Mustangs and a loss at the end of it coming out for UN. So seeing them head to head, you expect the win from the Western Mustangs, but you don't expect it to be defensively favored on Chalet, which is where I think the problems may come. Maybe we aren't seeing a very good attacking team out of the Western Mustangs, which could become a problem on Border.
Yeah, it could definitely be a big problem because, I mean, like you said, we already kind of expected that they would maybe have the advantage going into this, but UN just having a lot of sloppy mistakes that they'll really need to fix up going into Border, which does lean more heavily into the attacker side, which we saw Western Mustangs really excel on in this map, which isn't the most sane thing I would want to say, because it's leaning a bit more defender-sided. It's kind of more 50-50, but I mean, still, the fact that they were decisively winning a lot of those rounds and then just kind of swarmed you on defense was not really a great sign. So map 2 of Border is going to have to be really cleaned up.
Yeah, and we're going to have to head over to that map 2 after a quick little break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more R6 action here. See you guys soon.
Don't need you to like, you can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real hearts. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So I'll wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, losing your
need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. Sorry about the extendedly long break there. Apparently, there was a skin dispute going into that last round, but it has been sorted. The result will stay, and we are now here, Sirius, heading into our second match finally on the map of Border.
We're finally here. It's still an even longer night, as if it wasn't long enough already. But yeah, like you said, a fairly long night, and we're still getting at least one more map in. I don't know if we'll need a third one, because both of these teams have never played Border before. So overall, it's going to be a very interesting one, considering how Chalet went. Started off fairly even, but then Western Mustangs kind of ran away with it until that one round they lost. But it was kind of just a blip on the radar.
Now, honestly, we've had such a long break here, Sirius, that I don't even know if momentum from the first game will even matter or carry over.
Yeah,
and I know
honestly,
that I'm just going to make even more mistakes now, as if it's the start of map one, about, you know, whether it's you win or UWO I'm talking about at any given point in time. My promise about getting it right by the start of a third map, should it come, I don't think it's going to come true at this point. It's been such a long break that I've lost my momentum about figuring out which one to say at which given time. But yes, I do think there still is a lot on the board here for the Western Mustangs after a blowout second half victory, only letting one round go against them. But they also struggled so darn heavily on attack, and let's look where they are now in this first half. where momentum is very important and you want to try to get yourself solidified early in a series or in a map in general on the attack. The side we argued was weaker from them, and maybe it doesn't bode well for a map like Border where, yeah, the defense is really good at holding static positions, which is where UWO really thrived, but you also can have really effective roam game, which UN were pretty darn good at when they were able to employ it effectively.
Yeah, and one other thing for Western Mustang is that they weren't really heavily emphasizing the roam on Chalet. Granted, it is a bigger map and you can still kind of hold onto the site directly, or at least near enough that you can still get away with at least one roamer. But a Border, it feels like a map you have to get so much more aggressive on, and you can't just really sit idly by, wait for the attackers to. Overall, just this map is so tiny, and just one single bit of map control lost is almost a surefire win for the attackers unless something drastically goes wrong. So overall, I mean, I think Banfei is kind of just going about as I would expect for this phase. Overall, Fenrir off the board. Didn't really get to see him last map, but you talked about it. He's a crucial operator that is very annoying to have to deal with when you have to go into those choke points. So overall, just kind of going as I expected.
Yeah, no surprises here. Serious, right? It's not that shocking. It's not too crazy. The Osa was heavily used. The Dokkaebi is way too darn good. Everyone's been saying there needs to be a change. You're trying to bring about the change. You are bringing about the change. But it's also just too easy to ban at this point in time. And then, of course, the Finner from before and the Soul List to round things out. I'm expecting Border to be the same old Border that we're used to. I'm also expecting there to be some pretty darn fun strategies to come out here on the attack, knowing where your weaknesses were in the first place on your first map of Chalet. A Monty in the first round could be a very entertaining idea for me, and that very well may be what we're seeing the Western Mustangs go for here, to get that quick point of entry, to have that safe level of control, to get in through that door to the A site and get that plant down safely. You're going to need the right utility to deny that, and so much that's going to come off of almost entirely just the two-piece utility of your top two operators there on the left side of your screen. The Toxic Babes from your smoke and the Goyo canisters coming out from your Vulcan. You need to make sure those are primed and placed and waiting for any of the possible outlets of approach coming out here from the Western Mustangs, but more specifically, that A site needs to be on lockdown, because you're placing shields up for the execute onto double wall through B, through Armory. You don't need to put as much utility pressure there when so much of it's more than likely not going to come through A, where Monties are so darn popular.
I mean, and we saw in a previous series before this one, we saw this exact kind of play with a few different operators kind of thrown in there. This kind of Archive's immediate hit with a Monty was pulled off to perfection by one of these teams. I can't remember which one it was, but yeah, like you said, University of Windsor has to be very careful about how they place themselves, because we saw how disastrous it was for the defense the last time this kind of play was pulled off. So if they aren't aware of this, don't have the utility in the right places, especially for those smoke canisters, this could be a disastrous first round that would go very well for Western Mustangs, continuing their momentum.
First round officially gets started and underway, and the Rotero drones are coming out in full force here for Reamer McLovin. Already placed in. The initial doorway will clear out a Vulcan canister. We'll try to clear out a little bit more of that barbed wire that's there as well. Did that clear hatch as in the process, or was that already detonated? It's a little bit hard to say.
Detonated at this point. I'm pretty sure that was detonated pre-round.
It should be. It should be broken free, but you never truly know half the time. Defensively, it's a long angle being held using the Doc MP to try to keep them at bay from this execute. Sonic's also got a tertiary angle from long. A plant was being tested coming out from the side of the Western Mustangs, but it's not the plant that's getting them success here. It's the kills. 2 in favor for their side. Both of them coming out from Big Papa Who Else onto Helkerbex. The Doc holding the long fire, and Canadian No Name, the Toxic Bames activity they were really hoping to use in the final few moments once those Goyo canisters had detonated, and that they have. And the plant will officially start to go down. This one, I have to believe, will stick as Skimsy goes in big with a shot from above through the floorboard. Holds being used against them, and Big Papa closes out the round to secure their third kill within it, and the first round win for the Western Mustangs, who are doing so darn good here already on Border. One of the most effective first rounds we've seen.
And see, I thought Windsor had a great idea of how to counter that Monty play, have someone down below use those impacts and get the angle onto him, but Like kind of like you were highlighting in that round, people were just falling left and right by big play coming in from Big Papa, just clearing out the cutoffs and just making sure that nobody can really actually effectively do anything against the Monty, who's just standing in the doorway. The pressure is just falling on the bomb site. You can't really do anything to deny it. The smoke babes and C4s and Goyos were popped almost immediately, and there's nothing that you can really do to deny it at that point other than just get aggressive, get the people surrounding the Monty, and then you finally get the kill onto him. That didn't happen, and they lose that round almost entirely just within the first 30 seconds just because of how effective those crossfires and cutoffs were by UWO.
Which outlet did Big Papa take initially to pick up those first 2 frags? Did you know, Sirius?
I wasn't paying full attention. I can't tell if he was on Vent or if he was on Office. I'm pretty sure
what I was
Office.
confused about. I didn't know if he had taken Office window and
I
swung
think it
from
was
there.
Office, if I remember
because
where
he
he was
took
last
down
time.
he took down Helkerbex, who was inside Fountain, right? So my imagination
Yes.
is that he had to have an angle from there, and I can't envision that it was the long angle from Vent. Right? I can't envision that it was that far to try to get that shot opportunity, but. So much of that round's impact comes off of just Big Papa, and it's not just saying, hey, he got 3 kills, he was definitely the most impactful player. They were impactful frags. They closed out that space. The biggest issue in that round was the distance that Helkerbeck was able to dominate, even despite being on the defense with the Doc with the larger sight, right? That's where you're looking at and saying, this is the most dangerous operator we have to deal with. Toxic babes are annoying, yes. But our most dangerous thing is going to be getting the Montane in through the door, and we've done the dirty work with the Rotero drone. We just need the kills to facilitate that next level of success, and that's where you had Big Papa step up to the plate. And if you're deadly with that PDW, I'm sorry to break it to you, that is one of the most scary weapons in the totality of R6. Fires 50 shots, 51 bullets technically, if you want to keep that one in the clip, and it goes crazy on the aggression, and here it goes! Big Papa and Renoki out through the gates! 1 for Big Papa, cup in 3 for Renoki before they'll fall, and Skimsy gets the plant down. There is nothing stopping the Western Mustangs in this map. Full brutal assault, cap off another one, Big Papa. 2 for again, and it's a 2-round start for them.
I mean, I don't know how Renoki is just allowed to swing that deep inside to the armory doorway. I mean, sure, he catches the first guy in small office prone completely off guard, but then that guy has to call out to his teammate that, hey, this guy just swung right on in. He's getting ready to kill you now. And then there's just no response. He swings in, gets 3 in the consecutive 5 seconds. That should not be allowed to happen. They let over security control almost immediately. There's no congestion. So where's everyone grouped up for Western Mustangs? All on the armory balcony, ready to group up, follow Renoki and Big Papa behind them, get that plant down, and just another dominant round win for UWO. I don't know what Windsor's doing to try to deny this. We kind of talked about this. This isn't a map you have to sit back and just let them come to you. No, you have to get aggressive, put the pressure onto them, and make them make all the mistakes.
When you know that they're going to be playing this aggressively, which you've now seen in round 1 and round 2, you've got to meet your maker. You've got to get into the action as well. You've got to meet that level of aggression and keep them at bay. But I think the shocking thing is going to be the rude awakening they're going to get in this round. This objective isn't a super fast Russian objective 9 times out of 10. It is a much slower, take that second floor, dominate top-down control. Yes, you want to breach in through the window by vending, but you're not that concerned with the end of the day when you can have hatch in bathroom and all of that second floor control to dominate Darth Vader style or Anakin Skywalker style, that top 4 control. And maybe I might technically should say Obi-Wan style if you want to be hyper specific, but
yeah,
sometimes you can get it from the bottom ground. We saw that happen around 7 of the first half of our first map of Chalet where you lose it from below somehow, but it is what it is. I don't think the Western Mustangs are going to play hyper aggressive in this round. I think they're going to play much slower. And if we do see Windsor try to play this super fast game and meet and match what the Western Mustangs have done to this point, it's going to be the wrong time to do so. I think 1 more round. Then you take a timeout, you talk things through after the fact, you say, how did they beat us last time we saw this next objective? How did it work out for yourselves? What can we do next? And try to reevaluate from there. 2, and changing up your whole strategy may be a bit too quick for them.
Ooh, Helkerbex is just already taking a little bit of damage, and he seems to be the only one still stuck in the middle of office trying to fight his way through Fountain. Sexy Dark Phantom is going to start us off with a kill onto Big Papa, but he loses his teammate on the other side of the map right behind it, so now he's all alone on this upstairs roam. He needs to somehow fight his way back to the site safely, but he can't do that. He's being cut off by Skimsy.
Even 3-on-3. Firefight from below still working out. Honestly, Hishe is in a pretty darn good spot here. Just needed assisting fire and was able to find it. R6 tracker Skimsy goes down. A really rough spot to be in, all things considered. And even more so when you've got these Legion goo mines tapping into your ankles and causing all of the attempts to quickly swing an angle in near perpetuity and silence to go now completely noticed. You can't set up for a flank watch. You can't set up those air jabs as effectively as you necessarily would want to. And I think they're maybe even teasing the idea of heading down that staircase as well. They can't necessarily make up their mind and they need information. You've got 2 more drones in the back pocket, Beamer. What are you doing with that information? What are you doing with that active utility? You need something to snuff out the player of Sonic. You may even need to find some of the other roamers that are extended offside as well, because Mist's inside server, and you won't notice that they're here unless you knew they were there in the first place. And I just don't know how much intel they truly have here.
It seems like there's not a ton left. The only one who actually has a drone actually up and ready to go is going to be Beamer, so he needs to actually start to use them to kind of get some of these information onto where Minsk and the last roamer Sonic is. Otherwise, it's only 1 player on site. They're just dumping in utility, trying to clear out some space, but at this point, No Name's just allowed to swing on out into the middle of bathroom. Hishay's going to be the last one left, trying to get things done in a 1v3, but there's not really much room he has left. He's just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and he's going to be the only one left, not able to do a damn thing in work server room.
You can call a lot of what this defensive position turns into as roamers, but it's more so just a stationary extension. And that's the great thing about that objective for the defense. You can play it like a roam game. You can have a person on the second floor kind of prowling around. You can even have 2, like we saw coming out for Windsor there. But most of your site hold isn't the objective itself. It's the players surrounding it. Because it's so darn difficult to extend into that objective safely in any capacity, let alone direct, despite there being a very open window directly into the objective of tellers to try and take control of that space. And the Western Mustangs just couldn't deal with that extension, couldn't deal with that stationary presence. And now that we're hitting an objective that was essentially already defended, like Chalet, you defending the second floor, even though it's a kitchen and dining, you're still extending over there. We just saw a very effective extension over here into server from the side of Windsor just the prior round. They're going to be able to near repeat the same thing here. 2 players up on the second floor, if not 3, maybe a couple more inside of Armory instead of having more so over towards the office side. But the idea is the same. They're there for an extension. You vacate the premises beyond that, and you play for very long angles from the backside of server to keep them out of B, and you play very far angles from security to hold down servers when that gets a little bit too hot from the high pressure from above as well.
Big problem of what went wrong for Western Mustangs was that, yeah, I got it eventually. But
I believe in
just the big problem for them was just the fact that they didn't have a lot of information. They were down to 3 drones left, so couldn't find those last few extensions, as you mentioned, just kind of around the bomb site and near the map as well. Just need to get a little bit more consolidation onto where these last few players are, get an idea, pinch upon them, because you've been doing it so well. Finding those gaps, getting that space, and getting those kills is going to be very important for Western Mustangs to try to get in, to get that early control, and then start applying a pressure onto the bomb site. But that's a really kind of scrappy gunfight. He's somehow able to get away with that after all of that, but somehow still even after all that.
Finally, first blood will be wrought out once again now for the Western Mustangs. Beamer McLovin, great shots connecting. Because he's very low, you know that it's just about any moment in time that things are going to go awry. And when you're the player that needs to be almost solely responsible majority of times of clearing out those floorboards and even some hatches that are left soft, your life is so darn important. Combo in, you got the pocket heart breaches on top. So your hatch responsibility is even more fluent than it necessarily usually would be. Big Papa up for their 6th kill in this map so far, only in round 4. Able to get a nice long shot fire to the player trying to rotate in from the outside, making use of that main entrance, denying that doorway control back over there towards stock. Elkerbex is in a pretty big firefight of their own against Renoki. Renoki somehow still up into the action, gets the swing back in return, and the Ash, the main weapon for your R4C, you can bring it down on Ram as well, why don't you? It comes up, it kills, and Big Papa does the same fell swoop as well. 1 player left, and it's a flawless round with Renoki securing the kill. Western Mustangs, that last round's a fluke, baby. They're saying they're still got the high rise. They're still moving in with pressure.
And I don't know exactly what happened in that round. Just all of a sudden, there's a player dropping down the bathroom hatch and just getting the smoke out of the way, and then just establishing so much pressure onto the player that's still left in the bomb site. He's the only one left, and then he has 3 people just kind of aiming all their gun sights at him. He has nowhere left to go. How did like Western Michigan find such a huge gap in that round where it was just almost kind of lights out from there? Windsor almost extending a little bit too much and not really applying enough pressure to make it to where it's harder to get in, not really let them into the bomb site, because I don't know how, but a player walked in from, I want to say, West Main area as well as the bathroom, and then there's players up above putting pressure from the hatch. You can't go anywhere. Just the players on the complete opposite end of the map can't do anything about it because, well, they're just watching the wrong things. They're expecting a completely different play and not watching out for that, but they left a huge gap in return.
It's a give and take. It's a game of tug of war, right? Serious. You got to pull a little bit, but at the same time, you've got to take that step back when you pull a little bit too hard. And that's when you're the most unreliable with your balance. That's when the opposing side of the rope goes, oh my goodness, they're standing on one leg. Let's tug quite hard at this exact moment. And I think we're seeing that really well from the Western Mustangs. I almost said Western Michigan again, like you did earlier. You've got that in my head. You've got that in my head now. I avoided that so well in map 1. Now it's in my head. It's going to continue to come out. They're playing a game of push and pull, and it's just turning out so much better for the attacking side because they have that reliability of this aggression. That unsatisfactory answer saying, I can push in at any moment, and you are just going to be victimized by whatever assault we ring forward. And when you can master a fuse play here, you try to hope it works out well for you, but somehow Beamer McLovin, who entered in the prior round, gets cut off first this time. And a second one for Big Papa. That's your 7th kill player that's off the board. That's a rough start here for the Western Mustangs.
And I liked their bit of ingenuity on getting that jail wall open, but just seems that that's may have been it at this point. They're already down 2 people and still trying to get this top floor control and secure it because Renoki still thinks there might be someone over on those east stairs. There's certainly people over there, and Sonic's on the complete opposite end, so applying a little bit of pressure still. They are still having to clear out these last few roamers. We're just looking to drop back down, possibly get back to the bomb site because they did finally get at least 1 kill onto Helkerbex, so there is starting to be some pressure established onto the bomb site, but at the same time, roam clear has not been as fully established.
Myth still working in from the top of East Stairs. Doesn't feel like they have a great way to really fight from here. Long range with that SMG is pretty darn good, but doesn't have the scope reliability you're necessarily asking for. If you can catch Renoki in this extension out of Main Hall, then you'd be in a perfect place to give your team an even further man advantage. When you already know that you give an inch to the Western Mustangs and they'll charge through it like a horse, straight through the gates. They'll find their way into your back line, and that's the exact problem we saw them face in round 1 and round 4, more specifically, just taking that speed and aggression through very strong chokeholds that should have been denied in the first place. This is a tough one to really get out of, and Minsk is looking for the best option forward, and what a tap to Renoki's head. That's going to put the hatchet essentially completely for the side here of Western Mustangs as they get desperate to climb in somewhere else, and it puts them into a frost mat, and unfortunately now puts them in an effective pretty rough spot, I would say. It was a 1v3 for a moment there, but apparently Skimsy's not done, and they're going up and getting back into it.
Much more doable round. They're trying to get the plant down. Sonic trying to throw in an impact to get the spot onto the planter, but he's actually get it down successfully. Minsk, the player up above, may be able to get an angle. They're actually able to get out of the bomb site safely. He now has to hop out and try to get aggressive onto them, but he's going to leave himself exposed for a second.
This is the worst case scenario. Minsk was not there in time to assist with the actual denial. Now needs to be a whole lot safer, has to get greedy, and the greed pays off. This ain't bank, baby. We're here on the border. You got to keep them in control. You got to stay on patrol, and that upper floor wasn't doing too much for you. You're stepping back down to the first. You come in after the fact. If you couldn't be the end-all, be-all player to start this round out, you'll be it to finish it. And that gives the Windsor side a much-needed round win, and one more away from possibly tying up what seemed to be a very dominant and dominating oppressive start from the Western Mustangs. And they're heading on over to Bathroom and Tellers that they've already found a very good foothold within.
I mean, still, overall, a great round from Western. I keep wanting to say Western Michigan.
I know.
It
just seems so easy.
It's so easy. It's right there. But Western Mustangs, there I got it that time, seem to really spot out a lot of the gaps that UWN is just kind of leaving out on the board, because that was a surefire round that they should have won a lot more decisively. But they found a big gap in supply, got the plant down, and then just kind of tried to move on out. But at that point, the defenders already know where you're likely going to be, have to hop out, get aggressive, and double swing onto you and get that final kill. And they did that to absolute perfection, but I still worry about it because they've been leaving a lot of gaps here and there that Western Mustangs have been able to punish every so often. Granted, it hasn't always led to a round win, but still, the fact that it keeps showing up is a sign of concern for me, so we'll have to see if they do clean up for the last round of the defense.
Like you said, it's the very last round. It's your very last chance. And if you can't find an even foothold here, now moving over to the attack after this round ends, you're going to be giving Western Mustangs, not Western Michigan, the Western Mustangs, their favored side for what they just had and what they just did to you on the previous map of Chalet. That is a memory, despite the long break, that they're not going to forget, and they're going to have to move beyond, and they need to do that very quickly. They're just so close to that danger zone. Great information from Sonic. Swings that corner like a rabid animal. Down goes Beaver McLovin, who they've had such a solid start to this with utility, clearing out space, taking control of areas, but they haven't been able to find any kills because they almost always are either first blood with their one kill they had 3 rounds prior, or they are the first blood. Like we've now seen 2 rounds in a row coming out here for the Western Mustangs. Something has to change, and it's too late to do so in this first half. And even Firefight, though, just dropped things to a 3-on-3, but Sexy Dark Phantom get down, and now you're back up in favor for the Western Mustangs, and that's a lot of footprints. That's a lot of information you can now use for yourself.
They're going to know exactly where No Name is in the middle of the site, so Minsk is going to be the one player they don't know fully about unless they start to get a drone onto him. So they can start to play around that information, try to collapse upon that smoke, make sure that he has no way to deny this plant, has no use for those smoke babes, because it does seem they're going to try to get this plant down soon. Minsk is going to have to cover from very far away, but he may not be able to do it safely.
Ooh, Renoki down in the process. A Toxic Babe will be forced out, and Renoki just barely hiding below the toxic fumes of the Babe, and a re-swing by No Name. And Papa ain't letting that one go, baby. Minsk, now the only one remaining for the side here of UN. The Aruni barricade, sorry, not the Aruni, the Azami barricade, the Kiba barricade does give them a sightline safely off towards the B site, but Bathroom is up for the taking. And you've got to take a very dangerous prone position to have any sort of chance to deny that drop through hatch. And a single flashbang throws all of those odds out the window as they stack up behind the very solid surface and attempt to get this plant down, and will do so well. A 4-2 half now, guaranteed for the Western Mustangs as they transition over to defense on border. And they already did exceptionally well on Chalet. This is going to be a tough half for UN, but they are very capable. We've seen it on this map of closing it out.
Ooh, just another case of just constant gaps being spotted out by Western Mustangs, and they just do it to absolute perfection. So just that top floor roam, while they did get 2 kills to start things off, they were immediately pounced upon, immediately traded out because of the fact they were surrounded. There's nowhere left for them to go, and just Western Mustangs, all they have to do is just sit calmly back, get those collapse trades, and then just move on and clear the bomb site itself. Did that so well, and the only slip up was No Name just kind of swinging on out very aggressively onto the hatch initially, went for the aggressive re-swing and lost the fight, and then Minsk is just all alone in the middle of vents, can't do a thing about it. He just has to fight that very tough angle from the hatch, and I mean, otherwise, a very dominant half from Western Mustangs, just really securing that control all over the map. And I would have expected them to do the exact same thing, apply pressure when they need to, and then fall back a little bit closer to the bomb site, because that's been their textbook play so far. Windsor, however, really need to kind of figure out what they want to go for, and bringing out the Ying, I like that, because that does show a sign of a bit of aggression that they really need to show.
Yeah, but they're meeting that aggression with the Ying with a glass. This is where I'm seeing like this, I won't say half-hearted attempt, but it does feel a little like they're not getting the bigger picture for what they're trying to go for. They're still trying to play both sides, so they always come out on top. R6 is a game where you can't really play both sides. You can't really try to get the best of both worlds. You have to commit to one and see the bigger picture to completion. And the Glass, really good at dominating control over these positions. We can see right here, has a great long fire angle, but you would have already had more success controlling that space if you had opted for instead the Ying, a Rotero, and a Montaigne instead, if you really wanted to go on big with it, to get that safe space into that area, to find that control. Because already your Ying that we were so harping on, that end-all be-all entry, you were really hoping to find success with the Candelas and the so darn good LMG in your hands, off the board from Big Papa, and it's just gotten worse. You've lost another one. You'd got your flank watch off the board, and well, half your flank watch. You also brought a Nomad, I guess. You're not finding much success back.
Just keeps falling apart for Windsor, and now it's only down to 2 people. They only have 1 smoke left. He is actually able to get one player on the eastern balk, so he is actually getting a little bit closer to being even, but he's taken so many aggressive stances. He's kind of on an island, and he's just going to be swung out by the player who's still swinging out from balcony. Western Mustangs starting off the defensive hot, just denying that aggressive play that they were trying to set up for that entire round.
5-2 the split. The Western Mustangs put a big solid start here for it. And honestly, I was half expecting it to be another great start for them with Big Papa getting a spawn peak like they did in round 7 on the map of Chalet. They're going for it. It's very aggressive. It's very greedy. And if it works out for you, if you know that the player can step up big and get those kills, feed the beast, pass the rock. You're not going to tell an NFL caliber quarterback that can only throw to now start running the ball because you need a little bit of extra success. Not everyone can be Lamar Jackson. You need to play to the strengths of those players in their respective roles. And Big Papa's role fits their name. Let Big Papa eat, right? Give them the space to go in for the spawn peaks. You already let them swing in first. You let them use the Inox scanner on the attack. You let them dominate the roam game and hunt for those players. A true carnivore in sheep's clothing you would anticipate on the defense, and still somehow manages to come out with a belly full of the competition at the end of a defensive round when you'd expect them to maybe be in a little bit more trouble. This is the type of player that you really need in a roster like this to punish teams that don't have an answer for it. Because from what we saw in map 1 and what we're already seeing here, I don't think UN has an answer for Big Papa's playstyle. They're not used to this. You don't bring out that style of play in scrims. You don't bring out that style of play in your average competitive match. So they don't have that experience, it seems. And Big Papa's just, there's no way to punish them unless you get this kill, and you need a little bit more information, and it's just not there. That should be droned before you ever swing that Sonic.
Just an unfortunate start. I was about to mention that Helker Beats on the Jackal could have been a counter to the fact that he's being so aggressive on this map, but already starting us off with another entry pick, just swinging out that west main door is a horrible start, especially on a map, or on a bomb site rather, where you have to get that vertical control. They do still have the RAM, but having a bug would have also been nice. Having a little bit of extra maneuverability to try to clear at vents, or secure, or workshop it rather, as well. On top of that, would have been nice to kind of collapse upon this roam that Western Mustangs have been bringing. So they're still kind of just running around doing whatever they want. They're controlling the pace and the momentum in these rounds, and Windsor hasn't really been able to control that even with the Jackal here.
Around the corner, Helkerbeck's trying to find any sort of success with a kill. It's been pretty silent since the initial first frag coming out from Big Papa. There's plenty of information still being gathered. The drones are doing their due diligence, but it's total silence up on that second floor. And they're going to have to start breaking through those hatches as the floorboards themselves are proven to be quite untrustworthy for the own assaulting team of UN. They truly are misusing the Anakin Skywalker saying of controlling the high ground. They're finding themselves the same success as him. And it gets even worse when you've lost the player through the hatches, through the floorboard, through the hellholes that have been created, and you've lost Helkerbeck's and a DB node stayed up inside main hall. And you can see the Z-pings praying, there's, hey, staircase, please, there's someone there, there's something happening. Given the covering fire, you get the player up, but what does that give you in this space? 2 Inox scanners and a weapon to fire back. And I was really going to be shocked if Skimsy tagged something there because Canadian No Name's already about to go down. The Mossberg secures it.
Serious?
You cannot be serious.
Oh, I don't know how he keeps getting away with that. Renoki just doesn't even care about the floorboards above him being open. He's still swinging this and getting kills off of it, putting them into an even worse position. 2v5 with 30 seconds left. They barely have any utility to facilitate and execute at this point. They just have to get desperate, drop down this hatch, get these kills, because at this point, Big Papa may be ready to go flank now and just end the round right now.
15 seconds left.
Flashbang goes through. Drop through hatch has to be employed. 10 seconds remaining. A time is very quickly running out for the two remaining players on UN. XC Dark Phantom tries to swing through security, can't make it, and it's a flawless defensive round. To not just secure match point now on the map of Border, but match point and series point for the whole total of this series. And we could see the scoreline be even more dominating than we did in the first map of Chalet, as we start off with yet another drought on the attack coming out from UN. They just don't have an answer for how to pressure this defense that's so stalwart that's coming out from the Western Mustangs.
I mean, we kind of talked about in the pregame how Western Mustangs have been getting aggressive at the right times and then falling back almost immediately afterwards. Big Papa got the entry kill onto Sonic, and then what did he do? Played a little bit more passive, played around his team, tried to find time and find the gaps to go for a flank later in the round. But it wasn't really needed, because at that point, Windsor are just kind of shooting themselves in the foot. They're just kind of scrambling around. We kind of just saw the Habana after they started opening up that vent hatch, kind of just walked right into his own teammate's gadget, and they just took damage from below from Renoki, who's still swinging everything. They're not even trying to check properly for the floorboard angles, and then losing to those fights. They just seem like they're just kind of lost at this point. They just have no idea what the plan really is, because, like you said, they can't shut down the aggressive plays, and they sure as hell can't deal with the more passive play on the bomb site itself.
It's almost like that passivity ends up becoming a new form of aggression, just kind of brought about in a new scenario. I don't know entirely why UN are not finding their foothold completely, but they're droning. We're seeing it. Serious. We're seeing the drones come around corners. Not early enough, I would say. You gave Big Papa that first one that rest round. That was very unfortunate, but we're seeing the drones come out. We're seeing them try to get effective footwork and essentially with the drones, but we're just not seeing that be actively utilized. The information that's gathered isn't being derived in anything successful past that point, and it needs to change. They're working majority-wise here from the northwest side. They've left two players off to repel the opposing in just to get them a footwork over towards that high mezzanine side, but it's a Helkerbex who opens things up with the first blood. It's just refragged so fast by Hishe back towards Sonic.
And another one where it's not a great operator to lose in return, because that's a buck on Event Workshop defense. That's kind of a big pick. Again, they still have the ramp, but it wasn't really utilized that well. Helkerbex is going to get a second kill in the round, so they've at least got armory control for the time being. But do they know that? But they didn't clear CC! So Big Papa, again, just getting 2 kills, equalizes things and puts them into the man advantage.
They have to maintain this if they want to send this out of this in a 7-2 split. With control still handily held inside security, you have so many questions to ask for you when you have control over this majority of armory, but you're not working the second floor. You need to bring yourself down onto the first, and Misks is the only player here to do so. Trying to work in from main entrance, trying to find effective force, needs to rotate back the other way, and there's plenty of time to do so, which just spells an even further dire strait. The fact that you're only down to 2 players and there's 1 minute and 45 seconds left in the round. It should never be so bad so quickly. And the Western Mustangs know what they've got to do, and it's to hold that top control and isolate the individuals that's given to them. Blood goes to Big Papa, and Skimsy should have been dead to rights, but Mintz couldn't get it. And it goes back towards them instead. It's a GG no-re 7-2 hold on the map of Border. And the Western Mustangs will take this series 2-0.
And just in most dominant fashion you'll probably ever see just in the series alone, because on Chalet, they started off very even. It was kind of back and forth that entire time, and then once they switched, it was even more lights out, only dropping a single round there, and not even doing that same thing here, just upping the aggression again and again and again. And Windsor can't do anything about it. They seem to be scrambling to try to find information, find out where Big Papa is, but he's just a lurking snake. He's just kind of slithering around, finding those kills when he needs to, and giving his team the huge boost they need.
Your utility for snuffing out roamers isn't very useful in the first 30 seconds of a round. Let's be brutally honest here. It's not. Yeah. That's where your drones make most of the dirty work, to get your safe entry in, to then take control with your utility, to then use your Inox scanner, to have the air jabs for denial of roam game behind you, to use your track singers with a gridlock, even if you're bringing both like we saw them do. Something there to try to dominate space and control that area, because there's 3 zones of pressure. in any map for R6. There's controls that are under defender presence, there's no man's land, and there's control that's under attacker presence. And attacker presence and no man's land were never safe when Big Papa was still left out and about. That has to be fixed. That has to be adjusted upon. Not every team's gonna have a Big Papa, but every team is capable of having a roam game that's as effective if they just play smart and you don't build a way to counteract it. But unfortunately, it's too little too late for this series here, Sirius. And unfortunately for them, it's going to come into another loss for them. Big congratulations to the Western Mustangs. Going to have to be a different week for you coming into the next one, but we're going to see how it goes out. Thank you guys very much for tuning in to watch R6 for the NECC this week. Thank you very much, Sirius, for subbing in and joining us for this one. It was a pleasure having you here. We'll see you guys tomorrow with more League of Legends action. So don't go anywhere for that for the NECC and more esports throughout the rest of the week. But next week, we'll be back with more R6 here on Tuesdays.